blah blah blah. But if you free him from his contract with the gang member people by like killing everybody that's like involved in it, like the gang then retaliates and murders him, or like this one.
Right.
It's,
Yeah.
but like it, like to me, that's the most ethical thing out of the options, because the other option is like, no, he stays on the payroll
Free
of the
him?
gang, but like you both get more of a cut. But like that, it just seems fucked up that he's like kind of a slave, right? I don't know.
It was to me, yeah.
And then
That was one of the better parts too. That was one of the better little missions.
yeah, oh boy, did those! I'm surprised at how much fun it is, or like how in depth it is relative to like the kind of game that it like in AAA, like dumb, but it like it's very like in depth with like its lore and like what it tries to say. I don't know. I almost feel that okay. That's a hot take. Okay, so that's one of my hot takes, but I don't know if you want to like wait.
Well, we are live now. By the way, I'm just doing my shares. Welcome everybody. Welcome back to the Pangburn Live YouTube channel. Today's topic: bring your hottest take. Let's debate. So yeah, it's just going to be generally open to people's hot takes, and people can respond to those hot takes. And we're going to have a lot of more open general fun here today. I'm just going to get TikTok running as well. But yeah, thanks for being with us. Happy Friday. Oh no, it's Thursday. Sorry. I keep thinking it's Friday. I had to, I brought my son who's 1.5 years and he got his tuberculosis shot today. I haven't seen him in that much pain. And he had the thing after he was kind of done crying, the like
numb,
like just the breathing thing after, and oh, that broke my heart. It was easier for Journey, my daughter, who's only 2 weeks old. She got hers today as well. This isn't something that regularly gets done in Canada and the US. I've never had a tuberculosis shot because we're not.
They gave Journey a tuberculosis shot.
Yeah, they give it to children here, and Aegean never had it because Aegean was born in Canada. But oh god, and it's like it's a really bad shot. Like it is going to swell up, and there's going to be a really bad owie for a while there, and so yeah, that caused me a great amount of pain.
Like
holding my son, holding my son while he was, the amount of strength that came out of my son while he was getting that shot, because it's a really painful shot. It's not like getting blood drawn or anything else. It's a bad one. Yeah, it's a bad one.
Okay, so this, I'm fascinated by this. So like, as a parent, how do you react to like your kid scraping his knee or getting a shot like that? Because to me, like when you're a kid, like your first like experience with pain is less about the pain itself than the like shock that it happened, right? So like, how do you say this? So I think parents have to be like super careful with like how they react to how their kid.
I mean, I don't like my son, ever since he could crawl, like he would bump his head or something and he would start, crying and looking towards my wife and I to see how we're doing. And our responses are generally very reassuring and positive that, ow, that does hurt, doesn't it? But it's going to pass. You're going to be okay. And Aegean now, like if he's running, he runs in bare feet outside. If he steps on a rock or if he's getting bit by ants, he'll just crush the ant and keep playing. He's got I would say a really positive relationship with pain that comes with grow the kind of pains that come with growing and learning. So yeah, I'm very happy with where he's at there. But I tell you today, like it was painful holding him while he was going through that, and you could tell that this wasn't just like a pinch, but yeah. And I mean, we went and got juice after, and he had treats, and got a big bowl of ice cream, and Journey was fine. I mean, she's 2 weeks old, so she was like, yeah, she cried a lot for a while, but yeah, no, it was less difficult, her getting, and she just got her other vaccines and things at when she was born. There are certain shots they give, but yeah,
it's just funny how like autonomy, like it's funny how like people have like their natural inclinations towards how do you say this, like react to things like that, right? Like because you're almost describing it like your daughter is like can endure those kind of things like intuitively, like maybe more than your son can. Like, am I?
No, I mean, it's just that she's only 2 weeks old. Hey, sweetie, come give me a kiss.
Aww. That's true. That's also true.
Have a good sleepy.
I do hate that my entire autonomy is like dependent on the chemicals in my brain. It's horrible.
I mean, I think it's the most beautiful thing in the universe.
Immoral. Serotonin's immoral.
Wait, everybody's talking what? Wait,
no. Don's making a comment on like how T-Jump, his kind of conceptualization of objective morality, says that like anything that causes an imposition on your will or any kind of force of your will is evil or bad. So gravity's bad.
Yeah, that's really.
I mean,
all of that. That's a dumb.
I wouldn't flat out call it stupid or dumb, but I have obvious problems and objections to it. Whenever we start calling like gravity or forces of nature evil or bad, I think we are moving really far away from the reason why the moral domain was conceptualized in the first place, to deal with intentionality towards, other living things, basically. And that doesn't mean that you can't have moral stances on things like if your son has a pet rock, for example.
What does it mean?
And like another kid is taking a hammer and being like, die to your son's favorite pet rock. It's like there's that pet rock. I have a moral contract with that pet rock, whether I want to articulate that or not. So there's all kinds of different edge cases to morality where we can start, where we can have these contracts. But once you start saying like things that we fundamentally rely on to be here, right? Like electrons, for example. In T-Jump's view, electrons are probably more evil than gravity. So
okay, well then how do you parse out like tectonic plates, right? Because it's like, like
anything that causes that causes an imposition on your will or violates your consent, and you can paint everything like wind, like because I think you could even make an argument from his perspective on oxygen, right? Like, and then we start getting into like because even gravity, right? Even if it's just all of these fundamental forces, strong, weak, nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity, they are all going to be violating our consent. Fundamentally, we are not consenting to these forces being pressed upon us, but these forces are necessary for our existence.
you have to actively consent to everything. Like, what?
Well, like he's saying he's saying like that is the ultimate good. So the closer you move towards that,
that one atheist. I've seen him around.
Yeah. So, and I think I honestly think it's not a coherent philosophical framework, and I think it most definitely does not demonstrate that there are moral facts that we have access to. But yeah, anyways, today everyone, it's just open season. If you have a hot philosophical take or a hot moral take or any kind of hot take, political take, let it be known, and this is a good time to test your hot take positions today.
Yeah.
So
I
get a
was just gonna say, I have a hot. Well, sorry, you can go ahead first. But after that, can I bring my hot take?
Sure
yeah,
can.
of course.
So I guess the hottest take I have to open it with it is that when people usually talk about distinction of sex and gender, and I think we've ad nauseum explained the distinction between sex and gender. I think my hottest take is that when we look at our current society, we actually have 4 genders in our current society.
Sure.
Not four different genders, and these genders I believe are boy, girl, man, and woman. Since gender is the expression of bodies and is the social forms of how the sex should act, there is a morphological and sexual difference between a boy who's prepubescent male and an adult male who's generally who's expected to act like a man.
Ooh.
And the same thing with girls and women. And in a way, this is why when an adult male is called a boy, it's an insult. It's also why there's a difference between why you're acting like a girl, why you're acting like a boy, why you should be acting like a man. You're a woman. And here, I think these are gender distinctions. And that's my hottest take, I guess.
Huh. So there's a gender difference between a boy and a male.
And a man.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, excuse me.
Yeah.
Huh.
They're both males. They're both males.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But I think there's a gender expression. There's a difference in the way in which that body is expected
Ooh,
to act in society.
that's curious. Cause can you give me like a concise definition of gender from that perspective?
Gender
Yeah, like
is the social best way is the social form of sex and of bodies. So when you have a specific sex and a specific body, you're expected to act in a certain way. So gender would be the social normativity
it's a
of how
performative.
that
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, a boy has a way in which they should behave, and a girl has a way in which she should behave. But you don't expect a man to act like a boy. You don't expect a woman to act like a boy. Like these are different expectations for specific bodies. But
What about like teenager? Like what's your cutoff for boy and man? Like
the demarcation problem is going to exist in any philosophical inquiry, right? At what point does a chair become a stool? At what point is a video camera professional or consumer? Like you can do that with almost anything.
I guess.
So I don't think there is a strict demarcation point. I think it's different depending on every single body, but we can definitely know that adolescence and teenage is that transition from boyhood to manhood. And there's some things where we excuse teens for acting like children or boys, or sometimes we make fun of them for acting different. Like if you see a young girl who's developing into a woman who starts acting too much like a man or too much like a boy, a little girl, we call it out depending on the social context. So like there's a transition period. And I think that transition period is that transition between those two gendered forms.
Okay. Trying to find holes in this. Wait, did anybody else want to chime in?
I mean, I think that's interesting, Dan. But I correct me if I'm mistaken, but my understanding is that when we say gender is different from sex, we mean that the social expectations on someone is different from sex. But while there are different social expectations for girls and women and for boys and men, if you're talking about the general attributes that we associate with them, like boys and men being more assertive and women and girls being more submissive, that really is not an age-dependent thing.
Yeah, but you don't want to assign traits to gender in that kind of way. Like you don't want to do that.
Well, I'm not saying like as a normative thing. I'm just saying descriptively, this is kind of how the social understanding is.
Yeah, I don't know if I would like. I don't know if I want to say men are like. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I petered out in my head.
I mean, I do
I
like
mean,
that definition.
there's obviously more of a connection between male bodies and the expectation of male
Maturity.
bodies and female bodies, and a big part of that is physical maturity, right? So as the
Yeah,
body
maturity.
changes, those social expectations change upon it as well, and that's how we can identify gender. Gender is the social expectation, the performance, the social constructs that are expected of a specific body. Um,
Yeah. It,
Well,
because
I don't.
So like easy way
I
to
don't feel
define it would be
comfortable.
societal roles based on secondary sex characteristics.
of course we have societal roles based on secondary sex
No,
characteristics.
that would be the definition of gender.
No,
Yeah.
but like, meaning, like, I don't know if I want to tether maturity to gender. I'm not sure if I want to do that.
Well, physical maturity is definitely like this is why people who are,
No, meaning like
have
a
gender
boy.
dysphoria and stuff, have an issue with getting into puberty because they're gonna get those expectations put upon them. It's a psychologically traumatic moment for them because they
Yeah.
deal with that dysphoria. The way your body changes and the expectations and the gender roles that you're supposed to occupy when that shows up. Because there is a change. There's a clear change, for moving from a boy into a man. There are clear changes about how you're supposed to act, what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to walk, what you're supposed to eat.
So
How,
what a
right?
woman is different than what a girl is. Like, right?
Yeah.
So okay, gotcha. I don't know. It's just
It's my
Yeah.
hottest take.
But
It's
I
not-
would
I don't even
just-
say I don't even think there's academic support for this. It's just my hottest take.
Yeah, but I would have a disagreement though with and I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding you because I could be misunderstanding you. But if you're saying that like these gendered expectations are a social construct, that's just not true, right? So, for example, are you familiar with the work of evolutionary psychologist David Busby at all?
no.
It's a Dan because I know you're a psychology student.
Not necessarily, but I will also point out that social constructs are not things that are separate from biology, right? Humans create social constructs. These are not things that exist in some sort of idealist platonic realm that humans just like discovered. Humans and our bodies, our minds, our societies develop and create these social constructs. Math is a type of social construct. Justice is a type of social construct. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean
it's
that
just when people hear that word,
Yeah.
they think, yeah.
it doesn't mean that
Math is a logical absolute. Justice is an ethical absolute. You're saying these things are
what?
constructs.
they are
No,
constructs.
definitely. Okay, like where's the number one? What do you mean? Like
Okay. If R is special relativity, which is expressed in the form of mathematics, is that a social construct or is that an absolute fact?
It's a social construct.
No,
And
it's an absolute fact.
No. See, both of those things. A social construct is something that society constructs. Math is not something that a human being just looked into the woods and started creating imaginary numbers, calculus. These are things that social institutions help develop, education, writing, information transfers, and therefore it's a type of construction that society puts together. It's societal dependent, right? Gender is also a thing that exists in between people.
Yeah.
So it's an in-between thing. It's a thing that society constructs. And just because I think you might be hearing social construct and then thinking not real, arbitrary, irrelevant, not at all. It's just a description of what it is that creates the conditions for this thing to become. And society is now it's the necessary condition for all of these things to be possible. Gender, math, academia, writing, language, etc.
But if these are known innately, if these are known like a priori based on our constitution, then how is that constructed?
What do you mean? Like,
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean?
They're not known a priori. You don't know math
Okay.
a priori.
Well, no. Well, language, when you're talking about Chomsky and universal grammar.
Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that.
Yeah, Chomsky's wrong.
Let's deal with math being a priori, right? What do you? For example, we know that within the subject 5 + 7, the predicate 12 necessarily exists, right? That would be an a priori truth. But within the subject of 12th, there's an infinite number of predicates, and those infinite number of predicates are discovered synthetically a priori, in the way Kant explains it. So it's not completely a priori, why this is how Kant proves why math is even possible. Because mathematical discoveries wouldn't be possible if it was entirely an a priori system.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've read a little bit of Kant, but just my own view is that regardless of the argument, when I say something's a priori, I mean we have an innate disposition to learn something. So, like when you're talking about something,
like, but like in like special relativity, right? Like it took like a bunch of scientists to construct that theory, even if it does presuppose our understanding of it, right? Like even if we like, how do you say this? Like, yeah, whatever, fuck it, never mind. I like, yeah.
I mean,
Give me
I guess
second, I'm just getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I suppose it depends how you define social construct, because if by social construct you mean like the way we formulate hypotheses involve social practices, and well, yeah, I mean, but then I just think you're creating you're using the term social construct in such a broad way as to be essentially meaningless. But
How?
that's my
How's
opinion.
it-
Because okay, so if that's the case, then you're saying everything's a social construct, because the way you learn about anything is going to be using language, and language and is going to be intersubjective. So it's like
In a
if you're
way.
saying
I don't know. Yeah. Oh.
if you're saying everything's a social construct and nothing's a social construct, so we don't need a term.
I'm not sure that's how that works.
What's not how it works?
Like, if everything is a thing, it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, if no one's innocent, then everyone's innocent. Like, I don't think that's like I don't think it always follows, right? Like
What's
if
the
everything.
point? Okay, but let me ask you this: what's the point in having the phrase social construct if you're just going to include any form of knowledge we have in that phrase, right? Because if you're just going to have a phrase that encompasses every member of a category, then just do away with the phrase and just say this is part of knowledge. If social construct and knowledge are synonyms, then just do away with social construct. We can just use the word knowledge.
I think you're making category errors. It's like saying if stools and chairs are seats, let's just do away with chairs and stools and just call everything seats.
Okay. Are you saying so let me ask you this. Are you saying that everything that we consider knowledge is a social construct?
Knowledge happens to be a social construct, so sure, but not everything is in a type of conceptual lensing. Not everything is a social construct. So, for example, we have socially constructed the idea of an atom, but ontologically, when you're within the system, an atom is not a social construct, and there's no need to even look at it that way. If you're a chemist or a physicist, it's not important to you. It's not what you're doing.
Ooh. So it matters within like the realm of your study.
Yeah, of course. Lensing is important, right? This is how we maintain like academic discipline, and that's what we do. This way, the height of academic research is interdisciplinary, because it's able to take multiple lenses that look at the same problem from a different perspective and can reach interesting conclusions that sometimes disagree with each other because of like ontological issues. So, for example, like a psychologist, when he thinks about depression and anxiety, can't measure the depression and anxiety particle, right? So they construct an idea of what depression is. They try to check internal, external validity, match it up with survey, and see whether it has predictability. But then the neuroscientist is just straight up looking for chemicals, right? And ends up finding correlation. But these two people are dealing in two different fields and different magisteria that don't have necessarily a clean overlap. And that's also true in other fields.
Yeah,
it always like psychology or like soft science, right? Like
soft science generally, sociology, anthropology.
I think because I would be so like it would be scary if I was like, born in 1910 and you were to describe a psychiatrist like what their job is, like that would be like a I don't know, whatever. like guess the thing that's wrong with me and then give me a pill for that thing. Like that's a hard, like you know what I mean? Like that's a gamble.
But maybe I could appeal to someone in the 1810s. But like, do you know about like the healers who like look at your arm and see what's wrong with it? Well, there are tools in the future where they can like ask you questions and peer into your mind, and by figuring out what's happening in your mind, they can give you different treatments to like manipulate your soul. Like that's kind of how I would describe it for someone like the 1800s.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not so knowledgeable about the social sciences, but the problem with them in general is that because of the fact that there's so many variables with regards to things like psychological health or neuroscience or sociology or anthropology or any of these social sciences fields, the mathematics is inherently imprecise because basically you can't encompass all the variables in the formulas.
Yeah, but that was also true of science, of hard sciences before we had the tools and the technology to isolate all the variables. So think of chemists before they had advanced glass blowing and glass alloys and different alloys. They couldn't perform the right experiments and create the right distillates. So like pressure, altitude, air salinity. These are all things that affected the results, which created really weird things the math couldn't explain up until the technology showed around and the more advanced mathematics helped solve those problems. We can look at the most famous example of like looking at the motion of bodies in the heavens. The math could understand it. They needed calculus to do so. Without the right telescopes, they couldn't even begin to address these problems. And that's just true of all sciences. And if we go back through time, people might have called things like chemistry a soft science, or they might have called other sciences that they couldn't have an observation of,
Like alchemy.
like alchemy or whatever it might be. But as technology develops, as mathematics develops, as society and society's infrastructure developed, we're able to understand more and more about it. One of the great things about modern sociology is that in modern, technologically advanced democratic societies, we actually have so much information available to us. We have metrics, zip codes, people's names, social security numbers, grades, we have things like credit scores. We have so many different metrics that help us actually understand what people are. And that just wasn't possible years ago. And today, sociology is a much harder science than it was in the 18th century.
Yeah. Or yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the problems is that when we have these conversations about like knowledge being a social construct, and this is a little bit tangential point. I'm sorry. So if you want to continue with about the point about gender, we can. But if
we
you,
can move on from it.
if you, in general, I just worry these things. I worry of these things falling into relativism, where you basically put the baseless and the conjecture and the unproven with the demonstrable and the true and the absolute. Right? The absolute worlds of mathematics and physics, and is conflated with the subjective worlds of psychology and abstract philosophy.
So psychology is not subjective; it is an objective science. You deal with you create data points that you manipulate,
but it is a soft science. But like
the word soft science kind of it falls apart. It's both a hard science and a soft science. It depends what you're doing in psychology. If I'm trying to understand and predict human behavior, and I go into a biology, bachelor's in sciences, and I research behavior as it corresponds with your brain, I'm doing hard science most of the time, like learning what chemicals erase memories, which parts of the brain. It's very, very hard in that sense. In the same way that a biologist will test something like pain levels, right? They'll deal with pain levels, or a medical student will deal with pain levels. Pain level is a report that a person reports. And we know that there is a variation in how people report their pain. But they look at it, they look at nerve endings, they look at cells, look at the name of the cell in your skin that, senses pain or whatever it might be. But there was something that you said, Emart, that I kind of lost. I kind of lost the thread in my head. Do you mind repeating the main gist of what you were saying before?
So I was, it's okay. It's basically, I was saying that I worried that if you talk about
relativism, relativism, right? So would you agree with me that speed, as we experience it here, is relative?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean it's arbitrary, or like the measurement of it is kind of irrelevant?
Well, relative in the context of physics does not mean arbitrary. It means that depending on certain variables, that will influence other variables.
Yeah. So if I'm static, and if there's two objects that are static, and the object goes past them, we can say that object went at 60 miles an hour. But if I'm the only static object, or we're both, or I am moving faster and the object moves by me, would look like it's less speed. And that's why speed is relative. When we look at other things, it works the same way. It's relative, but it's not arbitrary. And it's not
like subjective and arbitrary different concepts, basically, right?
Subjective and relative are not even the same thing, because subjective means born of the subject. Objective means the thing that subjects deal with in their perception. So objective and subjective doesn't mean absolute. It doesn't mean real. It doesn't mean anti-real. Like, we just gotta have like a little bit of like
but I think
we have to have word hygiene and recognize that subjective means from a subject's experience, born of a subject's experience. Objective simply means the objects that subjects deal with. So when I study people's feelings, I'm objectively studying subjects' feelings.
But just to clarify, when I say something is subjective in the context of the soft sciences, I'm saying that because of the fact that there's so many variables, it's really just your opinion, right? There's no truth in psychology. It's really just the opinions of the theorist.
No,
I see people throw around like subjective or arbitrary, and they kind of synonymize subjective with arbitrary.
You shouldn't do that at the point. That's all
arbitrary. Meaning like on personal whim or opinion without the use of reason or like sciences or logic. These are not the same things.
I gotta play with Eric.
And I think that people use arbitrary in this way to like discredit whatever it is.
No, because I think when people
talked about.
When people aren't versed enough in like certain like vocabulary, like how do you say this? Like when certain people like philosophy, right? Like when certain people don't have like the lingo of that world, when they hear words like subjective in their heads, they automatically think it means arbitrary. Or when they think of social construct, they think of it the way that like Peterson means it, because like in common nomenclature, that's how they interact with those words, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I said. You said no after I said basically the same thing that you said, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I agree that there's like a lingo gap there, and they're incorrectly synonymizing arbitrary with subjective.
Yeah, but regardless of the terminology used, it's not really that important what terminology used. The bottom line is that I'm worried that when people talk about soft sciences as if they're somehow similar to physics or whatever, they're conflating the baseless with the demonstrable, right? That's the main thing.
This is the issue, though. It's not
baseless. What is baseless or arbitrary about psychology?
Okay, when you look at the history of psychology, with psychoanalysis to behaviorism to all of it's discredited.
No.
What? Not now.
What are you talking about? Of course not.
Yeah.
Wait, how is behavioralism discredited?
Noam Chomsky proved that knowledge of grammar is innate and not learned through behavioral conditioning.
No, that's not. First of all, that doesn't. He didn't prove that. That's it's one of his ideas. Now, it's no psychologist worth their salt, even the behavioralists, believe that we are a tabula rasa. That is completely incorrect and an uneducated reading or an uneducated understanding. Even Skinner, the father of behavioralism, who developed classical conditioning, could only have classical conditioning because of the innate behaviors that dogs have regardless of environmental stimuli, which is a stimuli to food. That's not a learned behavior, that's an innate behavior. And he paired that innate behavior with the sound of a bell, therefore triggering the behavior with a new stimulus that was not innate, thus showing how behavior. So off the bat, your objection based on Chomsky's universal grammar is just wrong.
When you say baseless, Emart, or do you think like these soft scientists or psychologists are like doing improv?
What I'm saying is there's a difference between
nothing off of like objective data or anything.
What I'm saying is there's a difference between Einstein proving that the speed of light is constant and that time is relative to your frame of reference regarding your past light cone and whatever the early psychoanalysts and Freud were doing, where they were coming up with crackpot theories about psychosexual
Of course,
development.
there's a difference
no,
there.
hold on.
Well,
So
hold on, because my question wasn't answered. What do you mean by baseless?
By baseless, I mean not proven, not demonstrable, not certain, not absolute,
are
not
there
true.
people that are does mental illness exist in your head?
Does
Does it
mental
exist?
illness exist? I don't know. I mean, I'm autistic. Is that a mental illness?
Yeah, but how do you know you're autistic?
Autism is it's a disability. It's a developmental disability.
How do you know you're autistic?
And it's.
I know I'm
and
autistic because I've taken an online autism test.
Oh,
that's not a good way to know.
You haven't been checked out by.
I mean,
That
a
would be.
social worker
I
told
think that
me.
would be like an example of maybe a baseless diagnosis. But even that, like taking an online test, wouldn't be baseless. That would still be. Now, if by baseless you mean like not absolute or certain, do you think that physics is also baseless? Or do you believe that
No,
physics is absolute and certain?
I mean, well, depend. I don't think anything. A science is not about certainty, right? So the idea that science could achieve certainty is
Right, but
misleading.
that's
Yeah,
what
but
you
then earlier
used
you said
in
that
your
it's not certain.
definition
Yeah,
of
go ahead, Karen. You
baseless.
got this.
So, what isn't baseless?
Well,
I
okay.
imagine you'd say
Sorry,
like
I shouldn't have.
math, right?
Maybe when I was saying certainty, I was conflating it. So when I say science can achieve certainty, I mean the contents of science are always revisable in the sense that to be scientific means to make a falsifiable prediction that can be updated with new evidence. But when I say certain, I just mean in a more general sense that like
But you
we
also said
know.
absolute. What do you mean by
Okay, so if I
absolute?
By
like
absolute, I mean it is a law which, as far as we can tell, is true.
so like a psychologist, right? So there's certain criteria to diagnosing people with a thing, right? Whether you're an MD or like a psychologist or whatever, there's like if you check these, I have problems with this kind of thing, but like it's like fairly effective, right? Like autism or schizophrenia, let's say, like type A, like cluster A's, cluster B's, like there's like certain sets of behaviors which go, oh, you're this thing, and we can diagnose you as this thing. Like so in a way it is measurable, right? It's like see what I'm saying? Like it's not arbitrary or baseless. You're basing it on the characteristics that the people are describing to you,
Well,
right?
so it's not baseless. When I say baseless, I don't mean in the sense that there's literally no like reason being applied. What I mean is that the reason being applied is to a system so complex that it's so likely to be inaccurate. So yes, you can make a psychological theory that can explain some phenomena, but the
Yeah.
bottom line is because there's so many variables, the theory is almost certainly false, but not certainly false.
Well, hold on. So like the hard sciences, like Newton to Einstein, like I don't know if I want to do this because I don't know enough about it, but I'm under the impression that Newton and Einstein's ideas conflict with each other. Is this correct?
So, as I understand it, I'm not an expert in physics, but if I understand correctly, Newton believed space and time were absolute, whereas Einstein proved that they were relative.
But both theories, it does like all I'm trying to say is that like when psychology started, it's moved a long way from where it is.
Let's put it this way: when we check whether something is true or not, if we simply rely on
Time were
coherence,
absolute,
we're
whereas
going to fall into the trap the early modernists did. And we simply rely on correspondence. We can also fall into places where we hallucinate, just saying my personal experience, I see and I deduce. These are both problematic. This is why, at the end of the day, pragmatism comes in and lets you know that truth must be generative. It must act in the world. It must not only create the map and coherently and give you a correspondent territory, you also have to be able to walk the forest and make your way out and predict things, right? This is what makes something true. The fact that there are people in the world who suffer from horrible mental illnesses like severe bipolar 1, who go from the deepest points of depression to the highest points of mania, and through psychological exploration, learning about the mind, understanding depression, anxiety, medical pharmacological intervention, along with social and and therapeutic interventions are able to turn their lives around is the evidence that psychology is based in
Yeah.
real human experience, real human biology.
Baseless. Nah.
What? Why be?
I mean, I'm not familiar enough,
I'm
but my
obviously
understanding
being
is that,
sarcastic.
Oh,
for
okay,
example,
okay.
in
Sorry.
the United States and in Western countries more generally, especially among females, there's a massive overprescription of SSRIs by psychiatrists, for example. And there's other corruptions. And, when you talk about the history of psychoanalysis, for example, they were very abusive to their patients. Like, to defend psychology and psychiatry as a field is like, I really don't know why you're dying on that hill.
Right, but we're so far away from that point that you can't because the origins of something might have been seedy or incorrect. It doesn't mean that the rest of it doesn't mean that the building just because the building blocks weren't as sturdy doesn't mean
you don't throw it all away.
You know what I think it helps. I don't remember who's Douglas Murray. I heard this from Douglas Murray, surprisingly, and he said this, and I thought it was very beautiful. He goes, "When we walk through our life, we exist in a heavy fog, and what we always see is the edges of our toes, and we walk forward doing the best we can because the fog of the future, the fog of what is right and what is wrong, is only revealed to us after we act." But however, when we turn around, there is never a fog looking backwards. And when we look back, we see all of the other paths we could have taken, all of the errors we have all the errors that we've made. And we have to remember that when we're looking back at fields like medicine. It's like saying, oh, how can you defend medicine? Do you know what medicine has historically done to people? The way it's treated its patients, it would make them bleed. It would attach leeches to them. It would give people lobotomies. It would do crazy things. But it doesn't mean that modern medicine somehow is bad or evil. Psychology, and you look at the early psychoanalysts, they were doing the best they could with the best tools they had. And what they outlined, and each of them have given us a piece that we hold on to, because we were able to figure out what it is that they gave us that was a diamond, and what it was, and what the rest that was just glass. We were able to figure that out. So, for example, from Freud, we look at psychosexual development for young people. That kids, before Freud, people didn't think that young children had any sexual feelings. When you look at people like Adler, and you realize that humans have things like the need to belong, Maslow, defense mechanisms, the idea that you can even change behavior and emotions through talk therapy. These were all novel ideas, and learning about them, just like you learn geometry or you learn mathematics, you don't start learning integrated calculus. You start learning basic algebra. And in turn, psychology majors start learning basic theories of mind before they can even start walking in the footsteps of the giants that came after them.
Yeah, it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback and critique things in hindsight, but the worst possible thing that you can do as a Monday morning quarterback is not learn from the mistakes that you made on Sunday.
Which is what we did, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But there's two problems, though. First of all, what about the point I made about the overprescription of SSRIs? And then the second,
I would have to look at that. So I don't know if there's an overprescription of SSRIs, and even if there was an overprescription of SSRIs, that wouldn't be a problem with psychology as a field, but rather within the medical system as it operates.
Yeah, it's good.
I can link you a study if you like, but so I'll link a study. But also the other point I would make is that when you're talking about Freud and Adler, and I mean, I guess maybe if anything, a better example would be Jung, because with universal grammar, there is more evidence of unconscious archetypes in the form of innate knowledge of grammar being, there. You'd have to have a revisionist interpretation of Jung.
Why do you speak as such an authority about these figures? We know. Why do you speak that way? Because I don't think you represent psychologists as a field at all.
I'm not a psychologist, but
yeah, I think that if you study Jung, most psychologists will be very quickly to tell you that Jung's contributions are very small to the field of psychology.
Yeah. Well, what I meant was specifically that when you look at Chomsky's theory of universal grammar, it's similar to Jung's idea that we have this innate knowledge of these archetypes, at least conceptually.
Every single psychologist believes that we have innate things. Like every single one talks about like what is the primary drive of people. Like they talk about what are the innate conditions of a mind. These are things every single one of the people in the Wednesday Society spoke about.
I'm hearing a lot of like isolated facts, Emart, but I'm having trouble piecing together like Jung and Chomsky and the
Yeah, like
overprescription of SSRIs. I'm having to do a lot of like jungle gym gymnastics to try and piece together what how it is that these things relate to the conclusion that soft sciences are baseless or psychology is baseless.
And what I'm saying is the point about Jung was just that it was weird that he was citing other psychoanalysts and when Jung was the most scientific of them. But the more general point I'm making
what do you
is
base that on?
the fact that his idea of collective unconscious is revived with Chomsky's idea of universal grammar, which is probably one of the best things that has come out of psychology.
How does that make him the most scientific?
Wait, the best thing that came out of psychology is collective unconscious or universal grammar?
Well, I would say universal grammar is very similar to the idea of collective unconscious.
So Jung, when he writes about his collective unconscious, uses an example of the 4-minute mile. And the reason he does so is because he believes that because someone was able to get a 4-minute mile in Europe, all of a sudden across the planet, because we're all a part of the same disembodied collective unconscious, it becomes unlocked in other people. It's a very ahistorical way in which he explains gunpowder because he wasn't really sure of like the trade routes or different technological things during the medieval period. So Jung's collective unconscious is probably the most insane idea he ever has.
Or yeah, he has a bunch of like conjecture-y things. Like Jung is like way more than Adler or
Jung was a mystic.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Well, hang on, because I need to say something that Emart said. Emart said that Jung was the most scientific because later on Chomsky did something with like the grammar thing.
Sure.
I don't know how later on someone else like I don't know reviving an idea in some similar way, but not really, makes you the more scientific person at the time. Science is a method that you go about and you do practically. It's not some like abstract idea that gets reinforced because someone later down the road decides to bring it up again.
At some point, can I pivot? I'm sorry, excuse me. You're good.
Well, you can pivot in a sec, but just to wrap this point up, I guess what and we don't have to debate who's more. I don't think Jung was that scientific, and I don't even think Chomsky's that scientific. I think Chomsky's kind of a crackpot, but he's more scientific than most psychologists because he at least goes to cognitive science. But the bottom line is, I think because you're dealing with such multivariable.
I don't know who exactly you're talking about. Who? Chomsky or Jung? Chomsky is more scientific than most psychologists because he goes to
cognitive science.
What?
Are you talking in like the 1960s? Are you talking about the 50s? When are you what time period are you talking about?
All of the history of psychology.
Okay, I think to be fair, I think that whatever you say, Pastor, I'm not going to respond to it at this point because you're talking in such absolute and in such grandiosity that it's almost like talking to someone when they say they are trying to get us, and I go, who are they? And you say all of them, and I'm like, what do you mean by all of them?
Global elite.
Like it's the same thing. It's a weird, overgeneralized obstinance that I'm not going to continue engaging with because I don't want to lose my cool. So go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, the hot take I wanted to provide, and I guess this was kind of a natural segue into the point about like social science versus soft science. And I know you studied statistics, Dan, then, so I think this would be relevant to that point. Is that basically one of the things I worry about with pop science in general, and why I think pop science is so bad, is because of the fact that like soft sciences, they don't really use mathematics, and so they oversimplify concepts for the layperson.
They use statistics all the time.
Yeah, you're just wrong. I studied psychology. I used math all the freaking time. This is just wrong. You're just saying falsehoods.
Okay, then I was wrong. I was under the impression that psychology is a qualitative rather than quantitative field.
No, you create you take qualitative things, you figure out a way to measure them, and then once you measure them, you create data points, and you do exactly the same math any other scientist does. You create survey design. I literally have a book right next to me from my college years called um, uh, Sensation and Perception, Cognitive Science, and stuff like that. Predictably Irrational. There's all of these great books that you can read that literally have math and apply game theory to human decision making, and have very interesting, complicated statistical math to try to figure out how humans are going to do based on priors and experimentations that we have done. You're just wrong. You're just flat out wrong.
Okay. Well, maybe I mean, to be fair, I do think psychology, because of its relation to biology and cognitive science, and I do consider cognitive science and neuroscience to be a little bit more hard science than psychology.
Those are
I do.
psychology.
What was that?
Those are psychology.
I thought neuroscience and psychology were separate fields.
No, when you are a psych major and you study psychology, get a degree in psychology, you learn biopsych, which is neuroscience within a psychology framework. You take things like advanced topics. I took advanced topics in optogenetics, which was a psychology class. You do this. This is what psychology is.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then it's more scientific than I thought it was, because my impression was that psychology was more about the study of mind, whereas neuroscience was the study of brain.
But why do you think it's called a soft science?
Well, I do think I mean, if science is defined as that which makes testable conjectures based on to explain phenomena, then yeah, of course, there are testable conjectures that explain the phenomena related to psychology.
So basically, I guess the best way for me to like explain this for is psychology isn't just defined as a study of the mind, and it's now also defined as the study of the brain. These things are integral into psychology, because psychology is designed the study of understanding and predicting human behavior. That's how I learned the definition of psych during my undergrad. That has been the foundation of what we do as psychologists. And to understand and predict human behaviors, you have to study both the mind and the brain.
Can I pivot?
Yeah, pivot.
Okay. I'm going to call this, what's the metaphor? Meaning, like, why do people care about how do you say this, like metaphysics, or like the like why do human beings like have the need to fulfill those things in our brains, right? Like determinism, like are we in the matrix? Like who gives a shit? Like we're not going to know anyway. Like even if I have no choice, I have to operate in the world with the assumption that I do. Right?
I'll give you an easy one.
Sure.
Let's say we take the metaphysics, right? When we kind of take on an ontology of idealism. Believe that the world...
Define ontology.
Ontology is like the study of substance, of being, what is. Right?
Okay,
so
sure.
that's a branch of metaphysics. I remember one time I was talking with Thomas, and I'm like, oh, we have ontology and metaphysics. Like, no. Ontology is a subcategory, is a branch of metaphysics. Okay, is it? And he corrected me on it. I looked like a fool a few years ago. But anyhow...
Sure.
The point is, so it's like first axiom. So if you're an idealist and you believe that the primary substance of reality is mind, right? So then in our praxis, in how we try to change the world, we target that ontological structure, right? So for example, in the best way to look at it, we can look at things like in politics when it comes to race and stuff. If you if you're an idealist and you want to change and stop racism in America, you're going to focus on changing minds and opinions first. And you believe that by changing those minds and opinions, you're going to see a large effect and a change of the material conditions in reality. Poverty going down, right? You would target that. But if you're a physicalist, and you believe that the primary substance, the metaphysical substrate, is matter, what you're going to do is you're going to change material conditions. You're going to change towns, money, access to money, food deserts and stuff like that. That's what you're going to be focusing on. And in a way, that's why we care so much about metaphysics, because in a way, it doesn't just ground us cognitively, it grounds us in our action. A physicalist, when they discover something, will try to break down matter, where an idealist is going to try to break down concepts.
Okay, here's one. But okay, fine. Then like determinism or like what? Like why does it matter? Yeah, I can see that. Ooh.
Determinism, that would be in the way in which we enact justice. What is it that we do to criminals? How do we punish criminals? How do we stop crime? Are we determined?
Now I just feel stupid that now that I feel stupid that I did not connect that. Yeah, like, but like that's the thing though. Yeah, so people,
a little helpful meme maybe is that the periodic table is an ontology of chemistry. It's not a complete ontology of chemistry, but it is an ontology of chemistry.
Yeah. What is water? Water is H2O. What is H2O really? It's hydrogen and 2 oxygen, right?
Sure.
Or 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen, one of those.
H and then 2 O, right? 2 oxygen, yeah. Wait, yeah, whatever, fuck. But yeah, I don't know.
One of those.
I feel because I was watching this thing about Sam Harris, like, because it feels like some people like jerk off to this kind of shit, right? Where it doesn't like, it doesn't like, it feels like it's really unproductive. I guess sometimes, like Sam Harris was talking about, like, or I heard somebody try to interpret what he thought, which is like, every choice you've made, like the causality thing, right? Like every choice you make is a result of like a choice you made before, kind of shit. So therefore, like the choice you're making in the present isn't, I don't know, whatever, some shit like that.
Oh, you're thinking about like hard determinism and things like that. Like, what exactly are you trying to trying to discuss?
Meaning, like I guess what I'm trying to say is that some like okay, for instance, like I think I'm a self-determinist. I don't know, but I also think that there's not really a future, like, because we're never in the future, so there's no like there's no concrete futures. I should say, right? Because it hasn't happened yet. But like, if you and I conversed over that, what I didn't think about before you mentioned that was like how that affects like the normative and the applied, right? Because if I think that, like, how is that affecting my like decision making or whatever, right?
But yeah, okay. So you think like in the determinist world, then why would metaphysics even matter?
No, not even. I'm just saying like you kind of solved it. You resolved my word.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was meditating. If it's okay, if I go back to the other subject. I was thinking about what you're saying. I think I've come to. I mean, okay. I think you're right. There is a lot of scientific method used in psychology, and especially psychology, especially the neuroscientific and neurobiological and neuroanatomy and even like cognitive science is probably more scientific than like the folk psychology and psychoanalysis, right? So I think there's layers of the science of psychology, but do you still not think that because there are fields with more general, like different levels of variables, it's still useful to demarcate between them because of the level of variables that exist between them?
Yeah, that's why they have different criterias for like their alpha scores and their statistics. There's different reservations for their effect sizes, right? You weigh them differently. You weigh different results differently based on their statistical outcomes. That's very normal in psych. And one of the weakest, by the way, the least statistically reliable method, the least described psychological methods are ones from Jung, specifically personality psychology. So Jung's idea that personality stuff are innate and all that stuff was actually and it was developed, continued into what was called the lexical hypothesis. So all the Myers-Briggs test, all the ocean model stuff, all of that is based off of what's called the lexical hypothesis. And the lexical hypothesis basically looked at the dictionary and tried to reduce all words that had to do with personality to a few main categories. And some languages have 6, some languages had 4. People even in English, they disagreed about whether it's 5 or 6. They ended up ocean being 5. And the lexical hypothesis is so flawed to begin with because it bases itself in a type of idealism. This is also true with Jung's work. Jung's work it looks inward as a tool of looking outward. He continually has anthropomorphized not only the human mind, he has anthropomorphized reality itself. Right, by saying that these archetypes are somehow fundamental to the human mind, and that just doesn't make sense. The human mind trying to distance itself from its biology, from its brain regions, makes us more confused. It creates less clarity in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an idealist. I'm also not a physicalist. I don't think there's that's a dichotomy either, right? That's not a true dichotomy, at least. But what I was really just referring to the collective unconscious because of the idea of universal grammar being sort of innate. I just meant that as a conceptual comparison. But yeah, I mean, if I'm not a young expert. But I guess my more general point is you don't have to be an expert as much in psychology to have an opinion on psychology than compared to something like physics where you have to be more of an expert if you're going to have a serious opinion. Because with psychology,
of course, you'd be an expert in psychology to have a serious opinion on psychology.
Well, no, because basically when you're talking about social sciences, yes, they're not completely opinion based, they're somewhat scientific, but they're more opinion based than physics.
What's opinion based about how the anterior singular cortex correlates with surveys about depression in prisoners? What is
all of psychology is opinion based?
That is what psychology. You're literally talking about fringe folk or weird people who still talk about analytic psychology or not analytic.
Analytical.
I just, yeah, sure. Analytical psychology, whatever it might be. Because analytical psychology is a good field. It's not that. It's psychodynamics or the stuff Freud was doing, psychoanalysis and that stuff is old news, right? We don't look at chemistry and judge it, but what happened when chemistry moved from its.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I think you're not. I think
I'm not understanding. If I did, then we wouldn't have.
Okay, sorry. I think this is a problem on my part. I don't think I'm doing a good job communicating. What I'm saying is not that psychology is opinion based. What I'm saying is it's more opinion based relative to physics or machine learning or finance, which are more.
What is the opinion? I'm looking for the opinion still. What about it is more opinion based? What is
the cause of emotions, for example?
What is many things. There's many things that cause emotions. If you want to look at some of emotions are caused by of your brain hormones, stimuli, learned behavior, tons of things. They're felt. There's proprioception. A big part about feeling is that they're embodied. You feel them in your body. So, for example, anxiety can be felt in your stomach and in your throat as muscle contraction. So, a part of that feeling comes from a physiological contraction. The next thing about comes from a feeling is a subject's experience with that feeling. So, for example, anxiety and excitement are actually two sides of the same coin, right? So, where does the emotion come from? So we have the physiological dimension, and then we also have the attunement direction. How does the stimuli? What is the association in the stimuli? So if you're standing as a young kid next to a roller coaster and you're really excited to go on, you feel a pit in your stomach, you feel a knot in your throat, but that you report that experience as pleasant. As opposed to when it's the first time you lie to your teacher about not doing your homework, you have a pit in your stomach, a knot in your throat, but you experience that feeling as unpleasant. That's kind of where feelings come from. They come from a mixture of like associations, learned behaviors, innate biological things that happen in your body and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then you have some people like Ayn Rand who say emotions are your your ethical responses to your value judgments or something like that, right? So
Ayn Rand is not a psychologist. Like, who cares what she has to say?
she has her opinion, you have yours. Great.
No,
It's
mine's
like
not
philosophy.
an opinion. Mine's not an opinion. I'm talking about what has been demonstrated through scientific process and has been used to make predictions and is used within a framework to help people who suffer from mental illness or mental dysregulation. I'm not just talking about opinion here. And
Yeah.
your need to reduce it to opinion, I could say
But
the
you
same
say
thing
one
about
thing.
it's just your opinion that 1 + 1 = 2.
No, but you say one thing, Ayn Rand says another. How do we decide between two?
Because mine is based in experimentation, correspondence, and coherence. It's also within the I'm very convinced that what I'm saying is within the consensus of modern psychology. It is these ideas are used in medicine, research, and the theoretical dimension, and yield pragmatic results. That's why what I'm saying is true, and it isn't just opinion.
Okay, so then I mean, first of all, I don't know how you'd say whether Ayn Rand's right or not if you haven't read her,
I
but
have read some of Ayn Rand, but I can also tell you that what she's talking about doesn't actually, none of that is used today to treat people who suffer from emotional dysregulation. None of that.
but I guess my point is just that when you're talking about psychology, it's more like philosophy where there's not really progress because it comes down to your axioms, whereas physics does not operate on axioms, it operates
Yes, it
on
does.
evidence.
Yes, it does. Of course, it operates on axioms.
What's an axiom in physics?
Can someone else take over? I'm getting really frustrated. And I don't want to blow up on this
I
kid.
don't know. I'm not. I mean, I know more mathematics and
I
physics
just,
than I know
I just,
psychology.
I just can't. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just getting frustrated. I'm sorry.
It's okay, but like my understanding was that physics theories are falsifiable. They're testable. You can disprove them with new evidence. They're not treated as axioms. So I could be wrong, but my background is predominantly in mathematics and finance. Because I'm good at math, I know a little bit of physics. That's about it. But like, I'm not an expert. But in my physics courses, I've never learned about axioms in physics.
How about this? How about this? Do a huge. Go right now on Google and write axioms in physics. Just do it. Look at the axioms in physics.
Okay.
And I
Right?
also want to throw out there again, soft science. We need to put together experiments that are falsifiable, and that is involved, right?
Yes. Which is in advanced when I took advanced topics in statistics and experimental design, the entire class was about teaching students how to create experiments. And we learned the theories of falsification. Like, you do all that. I did that in my sophomore year of college.
Okay. So when I was looking, so what it's saying on Google is that the axioms of physics are, unlike mathematics, foundational assumptions that are mathematically formulated and continually validated by experiments. Quantum mechanics is based on the Dirac von Neumann axioms, state vectors, state of. But none of these are axioms in the sense that I was referring to in psychology. These are postulates. So, but these, when you talk about a postulate, that's
Okay,
still empirical.
Conservation of mass is an axiom, right?
Conservation
of linear momentum is an axiom. Conservation of angular momentum, conservation of energy, second law of thermodynamics. These are axioms physics relies on. And it's fine. And those axioms are open to revision because you can have wrong axioms. We've had wrong axioms in the past. We probably have some wrong axioms now, and we'll have wrong axioms in the future. That is how these things work. Some axioms are necessary to even begin thinking. So if you look at math or many of the logical axioms, like a thing is itself, logic works, like all of these things, we just have to. They're necessary for experience, so we can't really get rid of them because everything is built on them. But hey, those also might also be open to revision one day.
Yeah, so I'm looking it up. I Google, is conservation of mass an axiom? It says it's a physical law, not an axiom. Unlike an axiom, which is a self-evident truth accepted without proof, conservation of mass was established through rigorous experimentation by Lavoisier. Furthermore, my
then
physics shows
I
it's not strictly
got
true.
that one wrong. I told you I'm not like the best physicist guy, but it definitely has axioms.
Okay.
It
I'll
does.
how about we don't need to debate this. I'll just look up.
Yeah, I just
Are
googled
any
it. Dirac von Neumann axioms, whatever those things are. Right,
okay, sure.
whatever that is, axioms in quantum theory. A framework is formalized to standard mathematical postulates, often refers to as the Dirac von Neumann axioms. Right, state vectors, observable measurement, Schrodinger's equation, Born rule. There's axioms in relativity. There's a bunch of things, right?
Yeah.
But
So I
physics. Are there any axioms in physics? There are postulates and continue. Yeah, sure.
okay. So I looked it up. It says Dirac von Neumann axioms. Um, I looked up if they're axioms. That was my question. It said the axioms are axioms in the sense that they are not strictly falsifiable themselves because they serve as a foundational mathematical framework. However, the physical theories are built upon these, so are like standard quantum theory are falsifiable. So yes,
That's exactly how axioms work. Yes, exactly.
but what I'm saying is, if quantum theory was falsified, then we would have ditched the Dirac von Neumann axioms.
Yeah, and if psychological axioms were falsified, we ditch them, just like archetypes or collective unconscious or the mind being separated into id, ego, and super ego. We have ditched those. They're bad. They're not good. They make problems, which is why no one holds those anymore in psychology. It's old news.
Okay. Well, so if the axioms upon which psychology are based are going to lead to falsifiable theories, then I would say they're fine. But I was under the impression that due to the replication crisis, falsification was not a norm in psychology.
The replicability crisis does not mean that falsification is not a norm. It means that there was a lot of issues in the way experiments were designed and some of the theories underlining those things. So, for example, I think we spoke last time. I told you to look up. I forgot. How did I forget his name? I feel the worst. Michel. Oh, not Foucault. Now it's stuck in my head. Walter Michel. Walter Michel, the person who kind of figured out the replication problem, and he basically dunked all over personality theory because he realized a problem in replication and personality itself. He also came up with the marshmallow experiment. So yeah, Walter Michel dealt with that, and a lot of things change because as science grows, that's what it does. Science changes as it learns new things, and that's exactly what it
Okay.
is. The falsification problem is a thing. Psychologists deal with it. There's much less of a falsification problem now. So I'll give you an anecdote. When I was doing my senior year study, I did one on a concept of free play versus structured play in kids, and whether or not free play or structured play can predict some type of social developmental issues in developing children. And when I was looking to find priors, I noticed that so much of the literature that was citing that free play was superior or better off for children used the same type of paper that was written in England. Then once I got my hand on that paper, I realized they just did a survey. So that's a replication problem. You can't replicate that research. Right? There's no, and the fact that some papers cited it is a huge problem in psychology. But all that means is, okay, we now just have to do the research again. We couldn't replicate that. We throw it away. So much of the research can't be replicated. That's fine. Focus on the research that can be replicated and move forward.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. If there is replicable research in psychology, then you should focus on that. But my point is that because so much of it is unreplicable or is not replicated in practice, that is a problem. But also, okay, fine.
But that was also a problem in early chemistry. So much early chemistry couldn't be replicated.
Okay, I mean fair enough. So I'll say I do think that there is a difference between soft science and hard science based on the number of variables, but I do think I've become convinced more by you that soft science is more valuable and scientific than I originally thought it was. But I will say, then would you say then that because of the fact that you think that psychology is not basically opinion based, that if someone's going to do something like do cognitive science-based epistemology, where they're trying to ground epistemology or make philosophical arguments based on cognitive science, that they should learn the mathematics behind it if they're going to make those types of claims and become experts?
I don't think they have to learn the math behind it. I think they have to either learn the limits of what the experiment shows, and be able to explain that and explain how they arrived at it. I don't think you have to be a statistical genius and understand how they ran a four-way ANOVA to speak about something or make an argument from it.
I think this is a good point to move on to a new hot take. Thank you, Don and Emart. That was awesome. Interesting to listen to. Who's got another hot take today? Who's got one? Surely someone. Thomas. I know Thomas has a brewing hot take there. He's just boiling at the brim to get it out. Where did Perry go, our hot take machine?
Well, before someone else, can I just finish the thought to Dan and then?
Sure, yeah.
I was just going to say, just to finish it off, then. So what I would say is, if you're right that modern psychology, I don't want to say psychology as a field, you're right. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken absolutes, but modern psychology is more grounded in neurobiology, brain cortex, etc., and uses more statistical and quantitative methods. I would say that if you're going to ground an epistemology in cognitive science or neuroscience, where you're trying to naturalize epistemology into cognitive science-based epistemology, then knowing the cognitive science is important if you're going to make those types of claims. And in order to know the cognitive science, you have to know at least some of the math, if not all of the math behind it. But if you don't, I don't think Travis wants us to have an in-depth debate about that, so I'll just leave my opinion at that.
Hello, everyone on YouTube. I did some Facebook sharing to different groups and whatnot. It looks like we're having some larger numbers of people swinging in and out. Make sure you say hi in the chat. I'm going to drop our Discord link, and feel free to come join us on Discord. We are a good faith, helpful conversation community, and we like having passionate debates here. What's up, Robin? I thought Robin might want to lay down her Donald Trump hot take. Numa, you're unmuted. What's up?
I'm having power issues here.
Oh.
I think may have hit something hit like the transformer or something behind my house, and sparks was flying around everywhere, and my power came back on and everything, but I'm still trying to figure out if it's damaged something back there or what's going on.
Yeah, a raccoon climbed up and got zapped.
Yep. Blame it on the coons.
Yeah. It looks like everybody has it's coming like a really bad thunderstorm here. It's like we're in a flood warning right now, and
the reason why I called on you, Robin, because I think you have a hot take related to Donald Trump for sure.
Oh God, he's a hot mess. What is a hot mess?
But the one I'm talking about specifically, I don't know if you still hold to this, but you hold that that Donald Trump has raped children, right?
I think the evidence shows that. Yes, I think the evidence. I don't. I mean, I don't know that. Okay. I guess as far as it's not been, but the evidence certainly points to that. Yes.
Mm.
Yes, and he was actually he did rape a woman, like E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, he was found civilly liable for that one, right?
Yes. Yeah. And the judge said that that he had raped her by any standard of the definition of the word that we know.
And what is the strongest evidence that kind of makes you lean in the direction that he's raped children?
Well, I mean, the Epstein files.
Okay.
There's lots of stuff in the Epstein files. There's like a bunch of different accounts by victims. One of them was 14 years old. That I don't want to get into the personal, the actual description of the crime that he committed.
Right.
But like none of these girls were taken seriously when they interviewed with the FBI and stuff. They were not. There was nothing done, and yeah, it's bad. And there's lots of stuff in the Epstein files that and like one of the girls, the one's like there was 14, I think it was.
Katie Johnson, are you talking about?
I don't know.
This is the best known example. Is the anonymous quote Katie Johnson lawsuit filed in 2016, in which a woman alleged that Trump and Epstein sexually assaulted her when she was 13 years old. The lawsuit was withdrawn before trial. The allegations were never tested in court, and Trump denied them. That's one.
I don't know. I don't know what this girl's name is. It just came out in the recent Epstein files.
Yeah,
but she was like everything else about her story was shown to be credible, supposedly, according to the investigators. And
it's weird because when I try to find, because I would really like to find this information. When I'm scouring the Epstein files of what's been released thus far, I can only find or actually here, let's see. More recently, documents released under the Epstein File Transparency Act included FBI interview summaries with another woman who alleged she had been abused by Epstein and also made allegations involving Trump when she was a minor. Those allegations were not corroborated. The FBI did not bring charges based on them, and some aspects reportedly conflict with known historical facts. Is this, when you say recent one, would this be the, maybe in February?
There's like 3 million pages or something like that. So there's been like a whole bunch of stuff that's come out.
I'm just when I'm asking you what specifically causes you to believe that Trump has raped children, your citations are very vague. So I'm trying to get like the meat here, because I might agree with you, but when I search my systems and I search the Epstein files, I can't find the specific things that you're talking about that sound more convincing than what I'm seeing. Is kind of what I'm getting at.
I don't know. I don't like right now. I'm having power issues, so I don't have anything for it. But yeah,
you don't remember the names or
no, but there's like tons of victims and like let's say that like this, he used to have the Miss Teenage thing, just weird stuff that he used to do, which I know this doesn't prove anything, but like he used to walk into the Miss Teen pageant when he ran it, and he would brag about walking in there with them girls undressed, like they were teen pageant, so they were like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds who were in the Miss Teen pageant, and he bragged about walking in there while they were undressed at any time because he owned the pageant. And that, just some things like that mixed with some of the stories that were like, I wish I could find that there's a documentary that come out like after the Florida investigation, where like a lot of the girls that had like had came forward and wrote these, like give them information about it, they discredited they didn't even investigate some of these situations.
And you're talking about Trump or Epstein? Because I know that that's true about Epstein, but based what I'm seeing, there are 2 separate occasions. The Katie Johnson one I just outlined, also known as Jane Doe, and then a separate woman interviewed by the FBI more recently. That must be the recent one you're talking about. But I can't find, like, when you talk about this, you talk about like there's this long list of allegations towards Donald Trump with regards to minors. I only find 2.
That's only 2 you found
in the entire public. So, and then when I look at these, it's not that they're necessarily false. Like Katie Johnson alleged that Trump and Jeffrey Epstein raped and sexually assaulted her when she was 13 in 1994. Filed civil lawsuits in 2016, which were voluntarily dismissed before trial. That would be on their end. Trump denied the allegations. The claims were never adjudicated or proven. So I wonder why. Do we know why that Katie Johnson trial was dismissed? The short answer is no. There's no single established reason because there were multiple filings and they ended in different ways. So here's the procedural history. The first lawsuit, California, April 2016, was dismissed by the judge on procedural grounds. The court ruled that the complaint failed to state a valid federal civil claim under the statute cited. Importantly, this was not a ruling that the allegations were false or that the evidence was insufficient. The court did not reach the factual merits. The case was then refiled in New York. Before it could proceed to trial, the plaintiff's attorneys voluntarily dismissed it in November 2016, just before the presidential election. Because it was voluntarily withdrawn, there was no judicial determination on whether the allegations were true or false. Why was the New York case voluntarily dismissed? There are several explanations that have been offered, but none have been definitively established. The plaintiff's attorney said she had received threats or fear for her safety. That's one possibility. Others have questioned the case's credibility, pointing to the plaintiff's anonymity, the lack of public identification or testimony under oath. Because the case was withdrawn before discovery or trial, the allegations were never tested through cross-examination, documentary evidence, or judicial fact-finding. Neither side had the opportunity to fully litigate the claims. Okay, so we don't know. And this separate woman case was actually quite recent, where claimed that she was abused by Epstein beginning at age 13 and alleged Trump also assaulted or attempted to assault her while she was still a minor. Who knows what's going to happen out of that one? Yeah, no, I'm just curious on the on what pushes you over that edge into believing that he has. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. Does anyone else believe that?
Well, I mean, like there's like over 24 women who have accused him of some sort of sexual misconduct.
Not minors, though, right? Because we're talking about kids.
But like that, to me, that makes the claims by those minors far more believable. First of all, the fact that he has had so many women who obviously, like he's rich, he's famous. I think,
yeah, but
he's gotten away with a lot of stuff, and he's like, it was just like,
I think it makes I think it makes the proposition more plausible, but it makes the hypothesis, or we could say proposition, more plausible because of this past behavior that he might have done this. So I think that builds a like stronger reason to investigate. Like, because that past conduct does matter. It does increase likelihood of reoffense in some way. But I don't think it's enough to warrant warrant belief that he actually did this. I think, for me, based on I think these claims should be investigated, and the FBI has, at least they've investigated the second one. The other one was set for a trial, voluntarily dismissed. So,
I was a victim of this as a child, and I can tell you that just the fact that it doesn't get investigated or anybody gets charged doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Of course, no, and nobody said that, right?
And so, like, I find that I believe the girls, and his behavior leans me towards the fact that I think that he's perfectly capable of this and would have no problem would not feel very guilty about it. So Like I don't think he has any moral compass whatsoever. So I don't think that it would bother him a bit to do this. He's bragged about walking in on young girls half naked. He bragged about having sex with his own daughter when she was like a young girl. He has a very
He bragged about what? Having sex? Oh, you mean when he said you mean he said you know, if his daughter wasn't so young and it wasn't his daughter, he would consider dating her, right?
Yeah, just really creepy stuff that like something my dad would never.
No, yeah, that's it's a very, very weird thing to say. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good for his well-being, physical, mental, and social health, or his daughter's physical, mental, and social health to be saying things like that. But again, like I think like the more epistemically responsible opinion here is that perhaps it wouldn't surprise you if Donald Trump did in fact sexually abuse those kids. That's a different position than he actually did do it. I think that's quite a leap based on what's available. Would it surprise me? Would I be surprised if Donald Trump was found to have sexually assaulted one of these people who are claiming that he did? I don't necessarily think I would be that surprised with regards to Donald Trump. I think he's of terrible moral character, and I think he victimizes people. He's an opportunist when it comes to victimizing people. He's been found, like you were saying, there's a lot of evidence here to look at. He's been found civilly liable for raping a woman. It's the kind of person that sees like, another, just to add to the moral calculus here, sees another nation being invaded by, an aggressor, and sees that as an opportunity while they're down to kick them a little more with an attempted extortion with regards to Ukraine. There's all of these things about Donald Trump's character that, including the civil liability he has towards the assault against the other woman, and some of these allegations. If something came out tomorrow and Donald, it would be huge world breaking news if Donald Trump was put in handcuffs and taken to jail because definitive evidence had surfaced that he sexually assaulted a minor. I don't think I would be that surprised. It would still shock the world, I think, that this is happening, but because of his position and power and things like that. But I'm I don't think I would be very surprised about that, honestly. Like, for example, if this happened to someone like, if Barack Obama was marched out of his home in handcuffs for sexually assaulting a minor, that would shock me, and I would be overwhelmingly surprised with that because of what I believe about Barack Obama's moral character. So yeah, I mean, I just look at the what's good sound epistemology here, and I think saying something like, I guess it wouldn't surprise me if he actually did do that. That doesn't mean he did do that. Is kind of where I'm at there. Any other opinions on that?
I mean, I'm not an expert in the cases, but I don't think it's good to judge a president primarily based on the actions they do in their personal life, because when you're looking at presidents holistically, what's much more important is the policies they enact on a political level, because the political level affects hundreds of millions, in fact, billions of people, whereas their personal conduct affects several people.
Yeah, but Emar, this is this weird like like wide lens calculus you do, that like as much as someone like Donald Trump, let's just say for the sake of argument, he raises up the middle class significantly economically, let's say 10% during his reign as president, but in his personal life he sexually assaulted a little girl. That sexual assault of that one little girl should overwhelm in your mind as a moral agent the 10% contribution he made to the economy of the middle class.
I mean, in terms of would I say that he's a good person? Of course not. But the point would be that if the other person is going to cause the deaths of millions of people, I'm not saying, by the way, this is just strictly hypothetically. Let's say Kamala Harris was objectively the worst president. We don't have to argue that. But hypothetically, let's say she was the worst president, then we would still support Trump over Kamala, because even if she's a better person in her personal life, her policies would lead to the deaths and suffering of more people.
Yeah, you're saying if she had policies that would lead to death and suffering of more people than Donald Trump, but that's not hard calculus to do.
I think political science is very hard calculus.
That's like saying like, yeah, if Barack Obama would have killed millions of people, he would have been a worse president than Donald Trump.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, because I think Kamala Harris would have made worse policies, I don't really like focusing on Trump's bad actions in his personal life, because I think his policies are better overall. No, if you want to get into that, we can, but I don't know if you want to, so I'll leave it up to you.
Would you vote for a Nazi who had better policies that you liked than someone who wasn't a Nazi that you thought their policies were good?
Well, by definition, a Nazi is someone who's willing to enact their policies for totalitarianism.
You know what their policy is, but they have a deep hatred of Jews. They believe white people are a superior race in their personal life, but in their public life, this is the policies they enact, this is the policies that they push for.
And the policies are objectively better than another person's, then yeah. I would support them.
Yeah, so you would empower Nazis. Just because they have better policy. It matters what's in does it not matter to you with regards to your full moral evaluation? What is within the mind of the Nazi that's trying to do good? Now, we probably have to qualify what kind of Nazi we're talking about, but I mean, if it's a white supremacist, right, or a Jew-hating Nazi who has the best policies, and let's say they're just a Jew-hating Nazi in their private life, they don't bring that stuff into their life as a leader. Or their white supremacy, but it exists, but that's part of their personal life, right? Is this someone you're going to give power to?
On a political level, I would prefer that to someone who has worse policies, even if they're better in their personal life. Because when you look at the effect that they have in the real world on real people's lives, that is much more important than what they internally believe. Like how you treat other people is more important than how you believe, right?
What you're failing to look at here is how important it is to consider selecting someone with those ideas and that kind of behavior in their personal life, how that can affect the war of ideas in general, how that can affect, normalizing in almost like the ultimate way in this example, white supremacy and Jew hatred. Like you're just so narrowly focused on like the outcomes. This is what simple consequentialism gets you. Like you eventually start, finding it reasonable finding Thanos, for example, reasonable, right? Like this is, we really start getting into Thanos calculus, and Thanos is the simple consequentialist.
This reminds me of a discussion I had with my brother, actually, when we were watching the Justin Gaethje versus Ilya Tapora fight. And what was interesting is that he brought up, Ilya's record. He brought up the things that he's accomplished in the octagon, and he discounted Gaethje out and said, "What you're missing is Gaethje's character. When chaos arrives, policy disappears, and in moments of chaos, in moments of disorientation, in moments where politicians are tasked with not making decisions based on the things they promise, but making decisions based on their key characteristics. Someone who's raped a child is someone who is very untrustworthy because of their character. It can't either be policy or character. There must be a synthesis of the two. And to alienate one from the other is to try to separate a part of what makes a human a good leader, what makes a human a good decision maker. I'll never forget something that a boss of mine once said. And they said, I would rather have the person who went to a worse college, who scored C's at the university, but who gets along with the team, than with the guy who has a 4.2 who can't get along with anyone.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. Yeah.
Yeah, but well, Woody at least said, how about this? I'll agree that there's a line with regards to someone's personal life, but would you also admit that there's a line with regards to the opposite, where you can have an example of someone who's worse in their personal life but is better overall because their policies are better? Like, for example, let's say someone in their personal life is a serial alcoholic, and they have that issue of being alcoholic, and they eat a lot of junk food, and they're really hedonic and really not healthy.
You don't even have to give Emar, like, you don't even have to give an example for me, because I'm not a black and white thinker and try to create a binary out of this kind of value making. Of course, I will grant that there are going to be situations where even though there are some less desirable character traits and outcomes, like someone who's had a history of alcoholism, but they've overcome it, that doesn't mean they're no longer addicted to alcohol, but they're clean. Someone like this is voting them for president with regards to their character is a bit of a higher risk than others, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't necessarily be the best choice when you combine everything else about their character and their policy making. Okay. But if you get too binary and black and white thinking about this, like, I think you end up, it all boils down to like simple consequentialism and this or that, or so
yeah, I mean, that's fair. So I would say then that it's a balance between a personal life and a policy. But I'm saying from what I know about Trump's policy and what I know about Trump's personal character, overall, his policy outweighs his personal character, in my view. And if we want to get into that, we can. But I'm just saying that that's the calculus that I've made from my understanding.
And if there's a conversation about Trump, if Donald Trump actually did sexually assault a child or a couple children, would that change your mind?
Yes.
Okay. What if it was just one child?
Well, if it was a child, it'd be more serious than an adult. I'd have to, but if it was one person and he's changed his character, I would have to think about that. But it would definitely change my calculus a bit.
So, like even if it was one child that has been raped by him, you're still humming and hawing. I mean, for me, it's quite easy. Like, child rapists are not do not qualify for leadership for me, it doesn't matter how good their policies are. There are great policies on offer by so many people out there that don't have the liability and the evil act of child rape under their belt. So
Heck, that's
should-
what makes
should be-
political parties great, because policy is a party-wide thing, right? There's so many. You elect a candidate based on their leadership ability, right? A doctor has medical research, computers to help him figure out a solution to a problem. But you go to also your doctor because what differentiates two doctors who went to Yale? Well, the one with the better character. And if you look at the Republican Party, there were so many other choices other than Trump.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when you look
so
at
many.
Trump but you also, it's important to recognize the context that Trump was elected in, and his opponent was Kamala. And in the context of Kamala, she, for example, locked up poor African Americans for petty crimes like drug use that should not even really be crimes, right?
She
Especially like
wasn't
marijuana.
she wasn't the
they were
creator.
crimes.
She wasn't the creator. They were crimes, and she wasn't the creator of those laws. She was just doing her job.
They shouldn't be crimes.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
up
but she
to
was
her
the
to determine
prosecutor.
that. She's the prosecutor,
Yeah.
dude.
She didn't have to become a prosecutor in a state
Oh
that
my
has
God.
that prosecutes marijuana.
Is this a serious argument? That's like
Are
saying
you
the
seriously?
police force-
Are you being serious, or
shouldn't-
are you trolling? First of all, like,
I'm
is
being
that your
serious.
serious
If
position?
I was a lawyer, I would never go into a position where I would have to prosecute someone for marijuana offenses.
What if you thought that marijuana was bad because you also grew up in the 90s and 80s and didn't have the relevant research for it?
I also just want to point out the fact that you seem to have way more problem with this than the child rapist as president.
True.
I just need to point that fact
I'm
out.
saying
Emark.
when you both have bad problems, obviously child rape is worse than
child rape. Okay, good.
yes, child rape is obviously worse. But when you also factor in Kamala's policies, they would have harmed many more people, in my view. And I can argue for that.
Based on her being a competent litigator, based on the law? What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying her when you combine that with her bad policies.
What bad
she would have been a
policies?
better
Yeah,
person.
let's stack
Okay.
those suckers up. What bad
I
policies?
mean, he does have a point. He does have a point. Prosecutors get to choose what they go after, though. That is true. They don't have to follow everything exactly. They get to choose how they go about doing it. So,
And in
he has a point.
California during the 80s and 90s, do you think there was a lot of pressure on prosecutors to prosecute marijuana crimes?
I'm not familiar enough with the history to know. But if you want to know what but just to answer Travis's question real quick, the bad policies would be, for example, she would give, to my understanding, she would not be as tough on illegal immigrants as Trump. She would have been more for public spending, which would cause inflation and other things. We can go, but which it depends on which you want to start:
You're
economics,
contradicting yourself.
foreign policy,
She still
or
made a
immigration
law
policy.
and
Oh
to
my
be tough on
God.
immigrants, and she's tough on prosecution.
Travis, I think it's time to get
pick a
out
lane.
fact-checking weapons at this point.
But now
Because
he's throwing
It is.
Trump overspent Democrats by a huge margin, and it hasn't actually led to inflation. Because guess what? Government spending doesn't lead to inflation when you spend in the right areas. But alas,
Yeah, I'm just gonna stack these suckers up.
So where do you want to start? Do you want to
one by
start?
one. Start one by one. We'll start with one. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Kamala Harris would probably not.
I just want to like outline something first about the claim that was made that prosecutors just get to choose what they prosecute. Okay, so there's an important legal and ethical constraints at play here. The key concept is prosecutorial discretion. Prosecutors generally have broad authority to decide whether to bring charges, what charges to bring, and whether to continue or dismiss a case. Their discretion includes decisions such as whether to file charges at all, which crimes to charge if multiple statutes could apply, whether to charge a felony or misdemeanor when both are plausible, whether to offer a plea bargain, whether to dismiss charges if the evidence becomes insufficient, how much prosecutorial resources to devote to a case, what limits that discretion. They cannot simply prosecute anyone for any reason, of course. They are constrained by probable cause. There must generally be sufficient evidence that a crime was committed and that the accused committed it. ethical obligations. Prosecutors are not merely advocates. They have a duty to seek justice based on the law. This includes disclosing exculpatory evidence under the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Brady versus Maryland, avoiding knowingly false testimony, refraining from bringing charges they know lack evidentiary support. Constitutional limits. Prosecutors cannot selectively prosecute people based on race, religion, or other unconstitutional reasons, nor may they prosecute someone in retaliation for existing constitutional rights. Office policies and laws. District attorneys, attorney generals, and federal prosecutors often follow charging guidelines and priorities established by their offices or departments. That's a really important one. So we would want to look at, with regards to Kamala Harris, what were the priorities established by her offices and departments during her run as a prosecutor? Do they have to prosecute? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I just also want to add, just from like a real like let's just think about this place. Like, do we want prosecutors that don't charge people who break the law because they don't like the law? That seems to me to be an insane proposition, and that would be just insane. I want prosecutors that charge people who break the law, even when they disagree that law should be the law. They don't get to make that decision.
I don't like Kamala Harris because she was holding people accountable to the law, is what I'm hearing here. So do they have to prosecute every crime? No. In fact, they often cannot because of limited resources. Every prosecutor's office prioritizes certain crimes over others. For example, an office may decide to focus heavily on violent crime, divert first-time drug offenders into treatment, decline to prosecute low-level marijuana possessions, prioritize public corruption or financial crimes. These are policy choices that fall within prosecutorial discretion. Can courts force a prosecutor
But that's why he likes Trump.
To what?
But that's why he likes Trump, is because he'll keep people, hold people accountable, immigrants. He said that's why he likes Trump, because he feels that he will prosecute.
We don't have to go down
to the immigrant. We will get to the immigrant question after, but let's do this. We're going to be responsible and do these one at a time, so that we're not just throwing shit at the wall to find if something sticks. So in the United States, courts almost never compel prosecutors to bring criminal charges. The Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized charging decisions as a core function of the executive branch, protected by separation of powers. Is this power controversial? Yes. Prosecutorial discretion is often viewed as both necessary and potentially problematic. So, yeah, it's much more. We do want to look at the goals of the governing offices and departments at that time with regards to Kamala Harris. We can look at that in more detail if we want, but let's look at, so there was a claim by eMart that Harris wouldn't have taken the border as seriously, right?
Well, but real quick, can we take these, like you said, you want to take these one-on-one, so just to respond, can I just respond to the point about prosecutorial discretion, and we can get on to the other ones? Sure. So on the point about prosecutorial discretion, my claim would be that given that prosecutors have limited resources, if you're in a state where something like marijuana use is criminalized, you should spend all of your prosecutorial resources on things like murder, rape, theft, etc., and spend none of it on marijuana use using prosecutorial discretion, because marijuana use does not affect other people, whereas murder, rape, and theft do, and to take up more resources.
Yeah, okay, so Kamala Harris's record as a prosecutor on drug offenses is one of the most debated aspects of her career. The short answer is that she prosecuted drug cases because that was part of her role as a district attorney and later as California Attorney General. But the extent and nature of those prosecutions are often misunderstood. So as district attorney of San Francisco 2004 to 2011, Harris inherited an office responsible for prosecuting violations of California law, including drug offenses. Please mute whoever's like unmuted and I'm getting background noise. Her office prosecuted cases involving possession, sales, trafficking, and other drug crimes, generally focused more heavily on dealers and repeat offenders than on simple possession, according to her office's stated priorities. Created the Back on Track program, which diverted many first-time nonviolent drug offenders into education, job training, and counseling instead of prison. It became a nationally recognized diversion program. So that paints a much different picture, right? The actual facts of this situation than what a lot of people will talk about with regards to her stint as district attorney of San Francisco in 2004 to 2011. They don't talk about the Back on Track program. They don't talk that the office was generally focused more heavily on drug dealers and repeat offenders than on simple possession. As California Attorney General 2011 to 2017, as Attorney General, Harris had much less direct control over local drug prosecutions. Most drug cases in California are prosecuted by county district attorneys, not the Attorney General. Her office primarily represented the state in appeals, defended California laws in court, prosecuted certain statewide or multi-jurisdictional crimes such as organized drug trafficking. Why do critics say she prosecuted so many drug users? Several reasons contribute to that perception. She was a, quote, tough on crime prosecutor during an era when that was politically mainstream. Like Don was saying, in the 1990s and 2000s, both Democrats and Republicans generally supported aggressive enforcement of drug laws. Her office obtained thousands of drug convictions. Because San Francisco is a large city, her office handled many criminal cases, including drug offenses. Critics point to the total number of convictions as evidence that she enforced drug laws aggressively. Marijuana prosecutions. During her tenure as San Francisco DA, there were over 1,000 convictions for marijuana-related offenses. However, many were plea bargains rather than trials. Many involved charges in addition to simple possession. Very few people were sentenced to state prison solely for marijuana possessions under her office. Truancy policies and broader prosecutorial philosophy. Some critics see her support for prosecuting parents of chronically truant children as evidence she favored punitive approaches more generally. Harris's response: Harris has argued that she sought alternatives to incarcerations when appropriate. She promoted diversion programs like Back on Track. Her later policy positions evolved, including support for marijuana legalization and criminal justice reform. The broader context, it's important to distinguish between prosecuting under laws that exist, which was part of her job, and personally advocating for those laws, which is a separate question. So her later policy positions evolved, including support for marijuana legalization and criminal justice reform. So Emar, you yourself said that, with regards to the person who's just raped one child, you would take into consideration how their character has grown and changed over time. Are you willing to offer that to Kamala Harris, which she actually did change her, her explicit policy views and became like pro marijuana legalization?
Yeah, but I think I just worry that we're missing the forest for the trees. That was one aspect of her career. I'm really more focusing on her other policies, and while I do think she should
just wait. Don't move on to other things. Let's put a cap on this thing first. So when you brought this up, and after I just read you the facts, the goods.
Well, you read me a ChatGPT article.
It's not an article. It's not an article. It is a collection of the facts. Do you want all the sources?
The point is,
no. Don't dodge this. You questioned these. You just said, "Well, that's just ChatGPT."
Don't use Google either.
Yeah. Don't use Google. Don't use Wikipedia. It's evil. But you are the one that just challenged this resource, this collection of facts. Do you dispute any of these facts?
No.
Okay. Do you want the resources for where these facts came from?
No.
Okay. Then why did you say that?
I said that ChatGPT while I don't dispute any specific claim made, in general, holistically, is not the most reliable resource. But for the sake of the conversation,
ChatGPT is not a resource. It is a tool to collect information together in a coherent way. Is in the way I'm using it right now. It's not a resource in and of itself. So you've just demonstrated your ignorance live on the air of what this tool is doing. You don't want to see the resources. You say it's not a reliable resource. It's not a resource at all. That's not what it is. I'm not citing ChatGPT. I'm using ChatGPT as a tool to collect the facts.
Okay. For the sake of the conversation, I'll grant every single claim made by the ChatGPT ChatGPT tool is correct. The point is that if I were Kamala Harris, I would have used my prosecutorial discretion to not prosecute marijuana crimes because I believe the war on drugs was more harm than good. But also, I am glad that she changed her mind, and the fact that she's pro-marijuana legalization is credit to her.
So she changed her mind. So she changed her mind before she ran for president. Did you know that before you went out and voted? Okay, so you had it. Oh, okay. So when you were deliberating and deciding who the best candidate was, and obviously you have selected Trump as being a better candidate. You were wrong about this particular issue, huh?
I was under the impression that she was not for marijuana legalization at the federal level.
Okay. And what about all of her history? Do you think her history as Attorney General, don't you think the Back on Track program that she created and helped create and implement was good? A good way of dealing with. Okay, created the Back on Track program, which diverted many first-time nonviolent, because you said you were really big on nonviolent things, right? Nonviolent drug offenders. So diverted many first-time nonviolent drug offenders into education, job training, and counseling instead of prison. Seems like a great thing to me. Generally focus more.
It sounds good enough.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the statistics in this specific case, so I'm not sure. So I'd have to look at the statistics, but just on my personal philosophy, it sounds fine.
What statistics do you want to see about this? Because I don't want to leave you with any unanswered questions before we move on to the next thing. What statistics specifically would you want to know?
The statistics to see how effective they were in integrating people into the job market, for example, and preventing future crimes from the Back on Track program.
That's a great question. The Back on Track program is widely regarded as one of Kamala Harris's most successful criminal justice initiatives. However, it's important to distinguish between promotional figures reported by Harris and her office and independent academic evaluations, because the latter are surprisingly limited. So the headline numbers: the original San Francisco program targeted first-time nonviolent drug offenders, primarily ages 18 to 30. So metric program completion rate, 80%. Recidivism among graduates, less than 10%. That seems great. Typical recidivism for comparable offenders, about 50 to 55%. So if we can say if these numbers are correct, that the recidivism among graduates rate was less than 10%, and the typical recidivism rate comparable is 50 to 55%. That's fantastic. Reduction in recidivism, roughly 80 to 85% lower. Harris frequently cited that comparable offenders had a recidivism rate of 54%. Back on Track graduates had a rate of under 10% after completing the program. Let's see what Routers has to say about this. let me just check here. She says that in 5 years, the program helped reduce. Reuters previously addressed the narrative circulating online prior to the 2020 presidential election when Harris became the first woman verdict. The video snippet has been shared without the context that Kamala Harris was advocating for young offenders rehabilitation. Oh, this was in response to a specific clip. Sorry, we don't need that. Graduation numbers. The program was intentionally small over its first several years. Roughly 200 to 300 participants completed the program, approximately 50 to 60 graduates per year. It was never intended to process thousands of offenders annually. Cost savings. Supporters estimate the program saved taxpayers thousands of dollars per participant because prison costs were avoided, employment increased, future criminal justice costs decreased. One estimate put incarceration costs in California at roughly $40,000 per inmate per year, making diversion substantially cheaper. What participants actually did. This was not simply attend a class. Participants had to complete requirements such as GED or college coursework, job training, steady employment, parenting classes when applicable, community service, regular drug testing, frequent court supervision. Upon successful completion, many participants had their guilty pleas withdrawn and their charges dismissed. I think that's a fantastic thing. There's a good incentive there. How strong is the evidence? This is where nuance matters. Strong evidence. There's little dispute that graduates had very low reported recidivism, under 10%. The program became a national model. It received praise from criminal justice organizations across the political spectrum, but the program did not undergo a randomized controlled trial. The biggest methodological limitation is selection bias. Participants were first-time offenders, nonviolent, willing to complete a demanding program. People who finish these kinds of programs are often already less likely to reoffend than the average offender. That means we cannot confidently conclude that the entire reduction from roughly 54% to under 10% was caused solely by the program itself. Most criminologists would say the results are promising, but the exact size of the causal effect remains uncertain because of the lack of a rigorous experimental evaluation. So, yeah, I mean, for me, when I look at this, even if we go from roughly 54% to 40%, I think that's a fantastic gain, and it's better than, first-time nonviolent drug offenders being, thrown in the clink and doing their time. And I think people who also care about the economic impact, criminals being held in jail has on society, they would consider that financial bit as well.
Yeah.
So it does seem like that. Yeah, just 1 second, if we'll get you in for sure. So it does seem like one thing here. The non-disputed part. There is little dispute in criminology circles that graduates had very low reported recidivism, and the fact that it became a national model is a good sign of success. It received praise from criminal justice organizations across the political spectrum, so right and left. But yeah, Niv, you go first, and then we'll get Emart's response.
It doesn't make sense for somebody to have issue with a person being tough on crime on the right, because don't they push that? And I'm not getting that. But when she was,
I mean,
doing that,
Niv, let me respond to that first point you made. I think you're generally right about that. Being tough on crime is a conservative value. A way of conserving society is to be tough on crime. And when it comes to like immigration crime, for example, like crossing the border illegally, that kind of crime seems to be top priority for people, but and also traditionally with regards to drug crime as well. And it is kind of interesting that and then when we were on the anti-Trump tour going around, when Destiny was desperately trying to pull out of some of his interlocutors. Like, so what exactly was the problem with, Kamala Harris? What turned you off about her? Like, we were getting like ridiculous answers, people not being able to give many coherent answers. And some of them would say, well, the prosecution of first-time drug offenders, and on the tour they really didn't get into the hard details of that here, but Destiny's response would be like, why? Like, because she was doing her job, based on what the office's goals were at that time. Cracking down on drugs was a big deal at that time. And if EMART would have been, in that field working with Kamala Harris at that time, in the field of criminal justice, EMART almost certainly, again, not EMART now, but EMART during that era, would have probably been right beside Kamala Harris, cheering on the process, including this reform process that seemed to have a massive, eventually nationwide effect.
Okay. Now, can I respond?
Sure.
Okay. So I agree with you that. So when it comes to what the methodology used, I don't know enough about the statistics, but my understanding is that generally speaking, things like Monte Carlo methods where you use randomized trials are more effective than others. But I'll concede that even if we don't use randomized trials, we can still say that the general trend seemed to be positive in lowering recidivism rate, and I'll accept that. My point is just that while I think Kamala Harris is not as bad as some conservatives make her out to be with regards to her criminal justice record, I do think that any prosecution of nonviolent drug crimes is too much. But you're right that it's probably not as bad as, she's not like a totalitarian dictator, of course. As for why I'm more pro drug liberalization, it's because I think that basically, I think the war on drugs is demonstrably very catastrophic. And so
I agree
even
with
as
you
a
on
conservative,
that. Yeah. I agree with I actually think like eventually the ideal situation is that you could be able to acquire any recreational drug from a
I don't know about
pharmacy. I mean, once if it's coming from a pharmacy, it's going to come in safe doses, and I say safe in quotations marks, because anything you get over the counter at a pharmacy can basically can do you harm if not used properly. So, obviously there would be particular qualifications that you'd have to meet. But I think like the world of recreational drug use should be handled by the state, in my opinion. I really hate the underground drug world and these fucking maniacs having all of this power and control and the violence involved with that. And I also believe that human beings who want to, try out heroin for a night, there can be doses of heroin distributed in a very safe way by the state, that that can be and should be controlled. And I also think that there's this like tax-free world of the drug world that needs to be changed. There's this kind of free lunch. It's another incentive for people wanting to get involved in the drug scene just for pure economic reasons. But anyways, continue, Emart. You still have more. Yeah. Just let
I was just going to say
continue. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say that I don't know about any, because I do think when you're talking about heroin and methamphetamines, there might be a better case for decriminalization rather than legalization, and perhaps forced rehabilitation in some context. But I would definitely think that legalization would be better than the current system. What I'm saying though is, while Kamala Harris might have this thing on drug policy, I'm saying overall, I still think Trump's policies are better. And the reason I didn't really want to focus on a drug thing specifically was because I worry that we might be missing the forest for the trees, where we're focusing on like this one individual policy, but we should look at the holistic context and more.
The reason why we're not missing the forest for the trees is because I've mentioned multiple times in this live stream recorded that we're dealing with these issues one at a time. That doesn't mean you're missing the forest for the trees. That means you're actually studying the biology of the forest. And the biology of the forest matters if you want to acquire specific corresponding knowledge about the forest. And that's what we're trying to do. In other words,
make fake claims, you have to deal with those fake claims.
Exactly. And in other words, we are doing the high resolution thing that is very unpopular here at Pangburn and actually trying to get the facts right. I want to move on to the next one though. You mentioned the economic impact of Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, and I hope what I read here will have some effect on you. So what would have the overall fiscal impact of both proposed presidencies, rather than just direct federal spending, of both of these candidates, Trump versus Harris? The best known nonpartisan estimate came from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, this CRFB. My understanding is the CRFB is the overwhelming authority on being able to make these kinds of accurate projections. That's why this committee is formed. Hang on, I haven't even gotten to the information yet. There's no but. There should be no but yet. I'm just giving you facts. Their central estimate projected. Okay, tell me the but.
The but is economics is a very multivariable field, so any economic prediction is going to be massively limited by that fact.
That is not a but to this. It should never be thought as a but. Why do you think you need to say that?
Because if you're talking about something like economics, it's much more based on your personal philosophy and interpretation rather than facts, because of the fact that there's so many variables that no matter how many facts you acquire, there's an infinite amount of facts you don't know about it.
This committee,
this is a Peterson thing.
Yeah, this is like, no, I mean, there's a fundamental problem in the way that you think, Emart, and I'm trying to help with it. And I've been trying to help you with it for quite a long time now. But it's just, and I'm not trying to be an asshole about that. I'm not trying to attack you personally, but it's just I'm getting frustrated where you think what you just said is important when we're talking about nonpartisan estimates that come from, a government committee that's responsible for the federal budget and federal budget projections. So let me read through the information, then you can respond. So their central estimate projected that over fiscal years 2026 to 2035, the added federal debt by a Donald Trump presidency would be 7.75 trillion. And the added federal debt for a Kamala Harris presidency would be 3.95 trillion. So a difference between 3.8 trillion more under Trump. But this shouldn't be taken as simply referring to spending. The 3.8 trillion difference is not because Trump proposed spending 3.8 trillion more on government programs. Instead, Harris's plan relied more on higher spending combined with higher taxes, leaving revenues close to current law projections. Trump's plan relied more on lower taxes, which reduced government revenue while keeping primary spending closer to current law projections. The lower revenue produced larger deficits and therefore more debt. So the additional debt under Trump was driven primarily by tax policy, not dramatically higher federal spending. In terms of total federal spending, CRFB projected that by 2035, Harris's plan would produce slightly higher federal spending as a share of GDP than Trump's. Trump's plan would produce much lower federal revenue, resulting in larger deficits and higher debt. So the bottom line, according to the CRFB's central estimate, Harris 3.95 trillion in debt over 10 years, Trump 7.75 trillion in debt over 10 years. Difference of about 3.8 trillion, with Trump's agenda projected to increase federal borrowing by roughly twice as much as Harris's. It is worth noting that these are projections based on campaign proposals. So the reason why I think it's worth looking at projections based on campaign proposals is because you, Emart, are talking about who would be a better selection, right? Who was the better choice. It's overwhelmingly obvious to me that if you're talking, like, I know, and the reason why I brought this up is I know you have a tendency to want to look at like the black and white, the underlying numbers and how that financial impact will trickle down. I'm not saying that you have to care about the national debt. Most people have some concern about the national debt. I personally don't think one necessarily has to care that much about the national debt. Building up human well-being, physical, mental, and social health is inevitably going to be your best investment financially, because of the impact that upbringing has on the productivity of your nation. So I really believe that when we look at the big numbers at the end of the day, if you do invest that in well-being, your prison costs go down, your hospital and healthcare costs go down, and I believe healthcare is like the second highest bill for the United States of America. Maybe it's the third. All of these things are affected if that debt is being spent on assisting in the flourishment of the people in your nation. But if you are concerned about the economic status of the country, not just, whether or not people are able to pay lower taxes or not, Harris was the obvious candidate by this bipartisan committee's projection. And they're not saying it's an exact number, but the difference between Donald Trump's effect over 10 years and Kamala Harris's effect over 10 years is it's almost double the effect with regards to the national debt.
Okay. So the first thing I would respond to is that I do not believe that debt is the primary issue. I believe the primary issue is the amount of money in circulation, because when you have more people spending money, that generally speaking, unless there's an proportional increase in supply, leads to inflation, because when you have more dollars chasing the same amount of goods, that decreases the relationship between the dollars and the goods, such that you have to spend more dollars to get the same amount of goods. That is not necessarily debt. That's more about how much money people have to spend.
No,
right?
it is.
I mean, debt is a factor.
It is that. It's literally that, and I'll explain why. The reason why it's literally debt is that when the United States government goes into debt, it prints more money, right? So if you imagine, because the United States isn't a user of the currency, it doesn't pull the currency from somewhere else. It issues the currency. So when you are the federal government and you go into debt, you print more money. And the way the United States government offsets that, it creates bonds that people buy. And then people buy those bonds and it try to offset its deficit spending. Debt comes from deficit spending. And deficit spending can only exist if the United States creates more dollars than what it taxes back.
I know that of course, I'm majoring in finance, and I do pay attention to macroeconomics to some extent. I do know that the government when it has debt that causes inflation with regards to spending. But what I'm saying is something like a stimulus package is more likely to cause inflation than just going into debt in general, because the money is going directly to people who are more likely to spend it directly. As for the point about who's going to be better or worse,
but you care about inflation, right?
A little bit. I mean, I don't think inflation's always a bad thing. A little bit,
okay.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just adding it.
But you literally talked about it's the extra dollars in the community. Like you talked about that. Then when I explain how that's not how that works, you just kind of like, oh, I'm just going to ignore that statement and say.
Well, what did I ignore?
It's when you said, oh, the problem is that it puts more dollars in circulation. Right, and that's not what the debt does, and the debt literally is that. You just kind of like ignored it and moved forward because you said the reason was, and you explained that it was because not necessarily that the government would spend too much, because governments technically would spend wouldn't increase inflation, as inflation's when you have too much money in the economy. Government spending is taking money from the government and spending it into the economy. That deficit is more money being printed and distributed amongst the population. The government's black ledger is literally the amount of money inside the private sector. It's a one-to-one thing.
And just to be clear, this same committee did conclude that that there would likely be somewhat more. This is the language they use. Somewhat more inflationary. Inflation under Trump's proposed fiscal agenda than Harris's, just for the record.
I'll accept that. But just to address Danon's point real quick, you're right. But the difference is that when you're talking about inflation because of the government going into debt, that's less. As I understand it, when the government goes into debt and they spend money, that is primarily going to wealthier people and financial sector and stock market, and that is less inflationary than money going to ordinary people.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. For example, how do you get people out of a slow recession? Through quantitative easing. It depends on where you spend the money. So if you spend the money in actual like resources, right? So what does America have too much of? It has too much doctors. So investing that in healthcare by giving money on the demand side to individuals seeking healthcare, by creating healthcare programs, that wouldn't cause inflation. That would create real assets and real it wouldn't float anywhere. However, if you give every family $100, that is going to cause inflation because you're not sure what that happens to that money, and most families probably just spend it on like movies or like toys for their kids.
But if I'm a financier on Wall Street, money given to me by the government because of, say, a government loan is not going to be as inflationary as money given to a poor person, because a poor person is more likely to spend it, whereas I'm more likely to save it.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because you didn't hear what I said. I'm not saying just give it to a poor person. For the same reason, you don't just give money to corporations, right? You give money to SpaceX, who's developing rockets and technology and space infrastructure. That's good government spending. And when you look at a poor person, well, how can you give a poor person money? You don't just give them blank checks. You give them a program like Medicaid. You give them things that are going to food desert programs. You give it to farmers. You take farmers, you give them stipends. And that's how you give money to the lower economic class. For some reason, you have this caricature that the way in which you government spend is by just, I don't know, either giving a blank check to rich people or giving a blank check to poor people. You don't do either. Blank checks to rich people means the money is going to go into some offshore account, into speculation, into whatever it needs to be. And a blank check to people, like you said, it's just going to either be put into spending or be bought on like kids' toys or something. You don't do that either way. You have to target the real assets that are not being tapped by the free market.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think Kamala Harris would manage those resources effectively.
Well,
like, for example,
why not?
Well, we have to look at her proposals. Yeah, we have to look at her proposals.
So I'll give an example of a proposal. An example of a proposal was she, to my understanding, advocated for a tax credit for first-time home buyers.
It's awesome.
No, that's terrible. That means more people owning homes. We want fewer people owning homes. More people owning homes. Yes, more people owning homes. means that basically, okay, how do I phrase this? They have more free money to spend because they don't have to pay money in the form of rent, and when they spend more, that causes inflation.
You're judging whether or not is this your actual moral calculus, like your values you're arguing here? Like,
I'm making an economic argument.
No, but you're saying it's like you're just saying it's better from a perspective of inflation for people to own less homes.
Yes, because think about it like this. If you don't own a home, you're renting, probably. And if you're renting, that means you're spending more of your money on rent. If you're not spending more of your money on rent, that means you're spending more of your money on other things. And if you're spending more of your money on other things, that means that there's more inflation because, generally speaking, more spending by the average person leads to more inflation.
And what about the people who are collecting rent? What are they spending the money on?
A lot of them are putting in offshore accounts, or at least for when I'm talking about BlackRock, or they're spending it on like stock market trading, on making money from crises.
So wouldn't it be better to take people, and instead of having them just spend it in nothing, they spend it in a long-term asset that they have to maintain, a long-term asset that gives them economic stability, a long-term asset which allows them disposable income to actually spend on the economy and other areas. I think you have things completely split. I think you thinking that home ownership is somehow a negative to an economy is it's the first time I've ever heard such an idea, and on its face is beyond ridiculous.
No, I want people spending their money on nothing, because if they're spending their money on something, that means that there's more dollars chasing the same amount of goods, which causes inflation.
Did you just say you want people spending their money on nothing?
I would prefer, compared to inflation,
instead of creating a housing market where there's more incentive for builders to build. Like I don't understand what you're arguing for.
Let's think about it like this. Sorry, I don't think I'm doing a great way.
I am thinking about it. It's just dumb. Like, I don't know.
Okay. If people own more homes, that means they have less money to pay on rent, right?
If people own
say that again. If people own their homes, they have less money to pay on rent.
Yes, compared to someone who's an apartment renter, for example,
who has more money to pay on rent.
Yeah, they're spending more money on rent.
You're meaning they are spending money on rent.
Less money than an apartment renter.
Yeah, they're spending something else. We're spending on a house, garden maintenance, water,
mortgage,
services for contract mortgage,
paying off their loan debt.
There's so many things.
They're not spending it on rent. Yeah.
What do you think is more expensive, renting an apartment or owning a home?
Well,
owning a home is more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, owning a home is more expensive, but it also depends, right? Like, renting can be way more expensive. Like, this is why I'm like, oh, it depends where you own the home. It depends where you're renting. It depends.
Okay.
And if you're just asking for a general answer, I mean, yeah, if you look at the upfront costs associated with buying a home, depending on how your loan structure is looking, but oftentimes people, one of the more difficult things is coming up with a sufficient down payment for a home loan. But yeah, for that reason, you could say it's more expensive. But I still think that the language you are using and the way you are phrasing this is weird. I don't. It's hard to. It's hard to know what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, my claim is that my understanding is, and I'm not an expert in economics, but I do know some things, is that if I understand correctly, it costs more long-term to rent an apartment because you have to pay a consistent amount of bills to rent the apartment than to own a home, because while the upfront cost is higher, the long-term cost of the bills is less than both the bills and the rent an apartment renter has to pay. That's my understanding. And what I'm saying is, if that's true, then we would want more people in apartments and fewer people owning homes, because if they own homes, they're paying less on rent, and if they're paying less on rent, that means they're paying more things on other. They're spending more money on other things like buying toys for the kids. Dan mentioned, and that causes inflation.
But what about the asset that's owned, like creating wealth being created for individuals by way of owning assets and assets that grow? That contributes greatly to the economy. That is one of the things that drives up value, like land ownership, right?
Also,
Countries
if you're
value.
a homeowner, you should be happy if property prices increase because you're getting richer. So it's a good thing to own a home. It creates economic stability. It allows a healthy form of inflation. Like inflation is also really good for a market because you want inflation if you want to save, right? This is why the Fed increases the interest rate when it wants people to save, because by making inflation go up, oh, let me save my money. I want to stop spending. As inflation goes down, you're more incentivized to spend money, and this is why it depends on what's happening in the economy. What is all of these factors matter. You have this idea of inflation bad, stop inflation, or we want inflation, or whatever it might be. Doesn't really make much sense. That black and white stuff.
Also, homes. Niv, you're unmuted, and we're getting background noise from you. Also, like home ownership includes condos, apartments. It's not just like, homes that require all of this maintenance equipment and whatnot. So anyways, I think we need to move past this exotic point of renting versus but since we were just talking about inflation, we did go through the information, at least by the most reputable report and prediction that was made, that inflation over, looking at the 10-year impact would have been worse under Donald Trump. So is there sorry, Nev, go ahead.
No, I'm saying with the '08, wasn't it home ownership, that same pitch that made people buy what they couldn't afford, that ended up crashing the economy?
I mean, my understanding is that 08 was, in part caused by the Bill Clinton, I forgot the name, a Community Reinvestment Act, which caused poor people to have access to homes, which caused them to basically buy things that they couldn't afford. But I don't want
to because they made the same pitch you're making now, right? And that's what, as a result, that's where the country ended up.
No, I'm not making that pitch at all. I'm saying the opposite.
That is I would buy a house listening to you that I can't afford, and tank the market.
I'm not saying you should buy a house. You can buy a house if you want, but I'm not saying that specifically. I don't know your situation. But just in general, just to go back to Travis' point, please finish your point about inflation, then I would like to respond to that.
Well, I've already laid out the inflation goods on that, where it's it was projected to be over a 10-year span worse under Donald Trump than Kamala Harris.
Okay. So I would have to see if that wages would have increased under Kamala proportional to make up for the inflation. Because let's say Trump increased wages more than he increased inflation, then that would still be good for the economy as a whole. Because even if inflation goes up, if your wages go up proportionally, then you can still spend.
So everybody, I'm going to give you the link to what I've been referencing. This is the fiscal impact of the Harris and Trump campaign plans. This is the U.S. Budget Watch 2024. There's a lot of information here, but if you're really interested in seeing what this expert analysis from your government had to say about this, and I think this is, I don't know exactly what funds this, so I should maybe not say this analysis is to incorporate new proposal analysis candidates. Some face significantly. Yeah, I'll have to look at more about who the CRFB is. They are an organization. Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Okay. Copyright policy. Our work. I just want to look at this quickly. Sorry. One sec. There's a lot of good information on this website, by the way. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization committed to educating the public on issues with significant fiscal policy impact. Our bipartisan leadership comprises some of the nation's leading budget experts, including many past heads of the House and Senate budget committees, the Congressional Budget Office, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Government Accountability Office. So yeah, anyways, there's the website. You guys can take a look at that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, you can go and do any kind of like questioning of this that you want, Emart. These are experts contributing to this who have had a lot of experience in government. But you can see if they answer the questions you think are important. Let's do you want to move on to another issue you had with Kamala Harris? Because I mean, so far, like just to recap, and like we talked about Kamala Harris's history as a prosecutor. We've talked about the budget issue. It seems to be overwhelmingly the case that if you care about inflation, if you care about the national debt, Harris is the obvious choice. And I personally think it's silly to point at her success as a prosecutor as some kind of negative towards her character or her abilities as a potential leader for the country. I see that as an incoherent silliness. But if we could move on to that's just my opinion on those two things. Is there another issue you had?
I mean, I don't want to monopolize it. I was going to say I do have a problem with other things. I mean, first of all, symbolically, the idea of basically the fact that symbolically Trump's victory was seen as a way to enfranchise disaffected young white males is one of the reasons that I think was important to support Trump. So that way because you have a large demographic of the country who I think felt dissatisfied.
Well, that's a hot
how
take.
they were being treated. But unfortunately, I do got to get going to bed soon.
Okay.
And I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
That's all right. Okay, thanks, Emart, for your contribution. So Trump was representative of the disenfranchised young white males, and that was one of the.
I thought it was about black males
wins.
and being tough on black males on crime. What happened all of a sudden? It switched to them being white. That's weird. And it's weird that like conservatives are attacking Kamala for what conservatives have a problem with Democrats is of not being tough on crime, and that is exactly what she did in order to become elected as Attorney General, and they have a problem with that all of a sudden. and when she did become Attorney General, she passed policies to address it that he agreed with. He says, yeah, I forgot what you called it, Travis. The change change bill or something like that.
Yeah, it was she had this policy that became like national because of its success. And it was called sorry, I forget.
So what she did was she's pretty much just
Back on Track program.
Yeah, she pretty much
go ahead.
Like pretended to be conservative. She called as conservative in order to get elected. Is what agreed with that. That's a good thing, and that she changed.
I mean, I find all of the.
But she's still not good. But a child rapist, you make a child rapist though.
Yes. Sorry,
Right?
Niv, you're breaking up a bit, but I caught that last part. Like, yeah, I mean,
Consideration for a child rapist.
Yeah, Emart's calculus there, I think, is just so morally defunct. When you start like getting bent out of shape about, Kamala Harris doing her job well, creating like ways for first time drug offenders and people to like create do this program that'll get your record wiped clean if you're successful, like the incentives, like especially in a time where the like Donna pointed out, is really popular for people to by way of prosecution to go after the drugs that are on the street and fucking up our children, right? And then to sit in today's day where like marijuana is being legalized, and to say like, well, that was a wrong thing to do against those weed smokers. Do you know how many people at that time thought that like pot smoking was like a gateway drug into like doing like heroin and smoking crack cocaine, like all of these things like that were just are now demonstrably not the case. But yeah, like where we're talking about like comparing Kamala Harris and her to a someone that we gave the example, if in fact Donald Trump would have raped one kid, right? How would that affect Emart's choice when he's kind of looking like through this like very narrow lens at policy and saying that we can disconnect the and this all started when Don asked the question, would you vote for a Nazi that everyone knows hates Jews, is a white supremacist, and would you vote for him if that's just his personal life, but he had what you think were optimal policies? And Emart says yes to that. So
I don't even know how to respond to an answer like that, but I think that my country is definitely stuck in a position where there are a lot of people who obviously are thinking like that. And the thing about it is sadly though, they're wrong about his policies too. So but just the Jimmy Carter had great character. He was probably, not such a great president. I'm sorry. I will take a moral president any day over an immoral president who is also incompetent, because Trump is very incompetent. Like, he has got the world in a position to where like there's going to be fuel shortages this winter. Like there are places like Cuba and stuff that are without power because of like fuel shortages. And so I don't see that his policies have benefited us in any way whatsoever. And his moral like leanings are so far away from any kind of decent human being that there's just no excuse for him being the leader of our country.
And yet here we are. Here we are. Well, I don't know how anyone's going to top that, but are there any other hot takes today?
I will say though, I cried for after when he won this election this last time. I laid in bed and like cried for like 4 straight days because I knew how bad it was. I knew it was going to be horrible. I knew what was going to happen. I didn't even really recognize, have any idea how bad it was going to be though. But it's been way worse than the 4 days that I've laid in bed and cried over this, and it just blows my mind. It blows my mind, but yeah. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the thing I point to is just like, I think the great historical stain that will be remembered through history with regards to Trump is going to be his attempted extortion of Ukraine when they were under war duress from Putin. And like for a $55 billion mineral deal or whatever the total was, like I think that like that is one of the worst things the United States has ever done, in my opinion. One of the worst things. Like to an ally, like just geopolitically, that is like a dirt snake piece of shit thing to do to an allied nation. Yeah, and it is
Travis.
tragic. Yeah, go ahead, Niv.
It's strange that it seems like the only reason why he gave Kamala Harris reconsideration for rehabilitation programs was because he
You're
gave
breaking
Trump
up,
a
Niv.
pass
I'm only getting every like couple words. Sorry, brother.
No, I'm saying it's strange that the only reason why he gave consideration for Kamala Harris for implementing a back on track program and rehabilitating criminals is because he gave Trump a pass for raping only one child. because of that, because you were saying like a person can change. Like it's strange that you're giving Trump a pass for raping, and you're giving Kamala Harris a hard time for being tough on crime and doing her job.
Yeah, I mean,
and you brought up the back on track program, and he's like, okay, I'll give her okay for that program, in changing his mind about her because he could change for raping a child. So that's
ignorance
he
is going to be the root.
He gave Trump a chance for raping a child in changing, in becoming better. So I'm saying like it seemed like the only reason why he did that Trump was because
you're right. Yep, and then he still mentioned that, trying to make the argument that the policies were just so positive and overwhelming, and economy kept being brought up, which I feel like I pretty thoroughly debunked that. We can talk about specific things. It's not that Kamala Harris, or anyone in presidential history, has what I would consider from a moral well-beingist perspective a perfect set of policies. But these predictions, the economy is far better understood than EMART is giving credit for. And these predictions that are made by these well-informed master committees of economics are making important predictions that should be taken seriously by people. So yeah, I mean, again, still to this day, I have to say, and I feel like I've talked to hundreds of people about this at this point, talking about Kamala Harris, just trying to get something that I see as like a good coherent critique that could be measured against Donald Trump when projecting and predicting, and when people start making competency claims. I mean, they rarely will go to moral character, because that's a very dangerous place to go in trying to argue for Donald Trump's moral character against someone like Kamala Harris. They'll just be like, yeah, but her laugh is weird, and I always feel like she's trying to hide something. I'm like, well, have you demonstrated that she's actually trying to hide something? Maybe you just are annoyed by generally by the female laugh. Maybe that's at play here.
And the argument for owning homes too.
Oh yeah, that thing was
the arguments for owning homes.
Yeah,
that caused people were pushed to own homes with the same argument that he's using. that it would be better for them, and it because they couldn't afford it, and they ended up losing the that it ended up crashing the entire economy.
Yeah, like home ownership. What's being missed there, Niv, is like the value, the value being taken on by the individual, and that value being passed on to the family, enriching a new family line by way of land and home ownership, and that overwhelming effect on the well-being of the family and the family's ability to compete at higher levels in the economy, like all that whole temporal layer, I think, is being missed in what's being said there. But yeah, I think that was just an exotic idea, I mean, brought up because it is hot take night. We'll probably do a few hot take nights in a row because it's fun. I'm just trying to think of what my hottest take is so everyone can attack me. Thomas Panther has an ass that won't quit. I don't think that's a very hot take. I think most people agree with that. Perry has a sultry beard that won't stop. I think that's pretty unanimously believed. Yes, Casey, do you have a hot take?
Travis, you are Canadian. That is the hottest of takes.
I think that is pretty hot take. I think it's a pretty hot take that I am a Canadian living in Mexico that invaded the United States with an anti-Trump tour while Trump was in office. I think that's a pretty hot take.
Yeah.
Basically fucking the United States from both ends. That's the way I like to imagine it. Yeah. Any
the
other?
Canucks are going to win the Stanley Cup is probably your hottest take.
You're right. You're right, Perry. The Vancouver Canucks, who were last place by a mile last year, we're in total rebuild mode. We just fired everyone, hired new people. We're getting all young people, drafting high. Like it's going to be 4 years until we're actually competitive again. But the religious part of my brain is like, just have faith, Trav. This has happened before when a team thought they were in rebuild mode and that lightened the load for them. And all of a sudden, the young guys start performing well. And then we find our way into the playoffs. And then because we're an underdog, we have way less pressure on ourselves. And we find ourselves advancing in the playoffs into deeper and deeper round. This is the kind of conspiratorial way of thinking. We should not think that way, by the way. Yeah, that's a hot take. I think Brett's recent Bigfoot story was a hot take.
But what exactly was his stance on it? Was he like agreeing with it, or was he just telling the story through a story that he like, oh yeah, you're probably right, that was Bigfoot, or was he just giving the testimony?
Brett was giving the most powerful, we all listened to it, the most powerful testimony he could to try and encapsulate how it really felt to be there when his friend that he trusts completely was telling him the story of seeing Bigfoot. He saw a ape-faced Bigfoot, huge, tall. And his friend told Brett this, and he was shaking while he was telling Brett the story. And they saw it in somewhere around San Francisco, I believe, in California. And and at the end of it all, Brett realizes that there are much more reasonable explanations than Bigfoot being what they saw. I offered some things where they got startled by a bear standing on its hind legs, and just the shock of that situation maybe caused them to see things differently than they actually were.
his friend was pretty short, he said, and I proposed a more plausible possibility, such as, oh, it was a short person, so she saw like a 6'2" guy, like who's kind of hairy, and like, oh my god, it's fucking Bigfoot.
Well, and of course, with situations like this, I think the most likely scenario, just like the UFO stuff, human beings fucking with each other is I think always like the most likely answer here, because I think that's even more likely than they hallucinated or were engaged in some kind of group delusion in what they were seeing. Like I think it's just more likely that some person on stilts or with those like platform shoes or boots that went out there with a fucking Bigfoot costume and was fucking with people. I mean,
yeah.
I mean that is just so much more plausible than some actual humanoid ape entity walking around in California.
Who else has a hot take?
Yeah, who else has a hot take? Throw it out there.
See Big Yahoo's in here.
Yeah. Who's got the hottest take of the evening? I would say Emart's got the hottest take of the evening so far. What was Emart's hottest take before we get someone else in here? Probably that he would consider putting a child rapist in the president seat. That's a pretty hot take.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of rage quit earlier. He said that psychology was baseless when he took an online test to figure out if he was autistic or not. So, I mean, that I didn't hear the stuff when I was gone.
That was a hot take.
Yeah.
That was a hot something.
It's a hot David, yeah.
Big Yahoo, did you have a hot take for today?
I don't know. I keep thinking of explanations for the Bigfoot story. Each one just gets more racist than the next, so I'm still working on
it. Oh, we need to get Min in here. And
Min's here. Min's here.
Oh,
Min. What is your hot take, Min?
I guess I successfully laughed at Nivik today at Toyota dealer shop.
Did you just say you successfully laughed at Nivik at a Toyota dealer shop?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means his hot take is it's okay to be racist.
That's why I wanted to bring men in, but I got to hear this mere consistency. I'm not understanding. So you went to a Toyota dealership and you like maybe thought of something that Niv said and you laughed at it, or we're missing some parts here, some deets.
Well, I was there to replace my battery for my Prius. And then when the employee was searching the inventory, I chatted with this customer while waiting, and he told me that he bought a Lexus. And when I asked him question about his car, I realized I was more like Nivik than you or Thomas.
Yeah,
what questions?
I can maybe see that. But so I guess where's like the hotness part of the take, and yeah, what's like because I feel like you have much hotter takes than that, but maybe you should.
I still don't. Can someone, Perry? Can you explain this story to me like I'm two? Because I still don't understand what's going on.
Min's been on this fad lately, trying to like say, oh, the more I think about it, the more I agree with Nivik. He's been kind of gesturing at these sentiments
Okay.
lately. And so perhaps he's been primed at the dealership. During his conversation, he had a moment of like metacognizance where he realizes he's saying maybe a lot of the things that Niv says, which people like you, me, Thomas, and Don, everyone kind of critique Niv on, as we do on a seemingly nightly basis.
On the
Is that
on the
correct,
suffering
Ming?
avoidance calculus and the negative
Suffering avoidance
utility.
is the thing he brought up like a week ago or a few days ago. Is
Suffering
that right?
avoidance makes sense, you know, because suffering is bad.
I was talking positive the whole
obviously.
time. Where does suffering avoidance come from? I was defending the suffering avoidance guy, which was, what was the guy's name that was here? Shit.
Emar.
I was Emar. Yeah, he was the negative person. I was being positive.
Yeah, well, I think Ming is just speaking more generally. Of course, it seems Ming has gone through a little bit of philosophical recidivism because Don and I took him through this, because what Ming will say is, oh, yeah, Niv says it's both things. It's suffering avoidance and pleasure seeking. But we all acknowledge that it's both of those things.
Of
The
course.
ironic part is, Niv kind of postures as only the one oftentimes, even though he makes a claim to there being both. So essentially, Ming is giving credit to Niv for the both things aspect of the pleasure seeking and suffering avoidance.
Okay, I'm somewhat clear on that. Somewhat.
So because the way I asked the customer about his car Lexus, so that's why I wonder why I asked him this way instead of asking him, how his experience driving the car is. It's a luxurious car, right? But instead I asked him, is it easy for you to do the maintenance by yourself? Is it expensive to replace such and such? And then I realized I asked him through the lens of the negative utilitarian instead of positive one, and that's
And
was
do you
when I realized.
agree?
Were you
agree
considering suffering avoidance though when you were asking him that, or were you considering primarily your own, the flourishment of your own well-being?
Yeah, I guess it's the suffering avoidance. Yeah, because I was thinking about how to get the cheaper price for the maintenance. So I
but
when
you
I
can
asked
get
him
the cheaper,
question, like,
but you can get the cheaper price while maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you.
That's true.
So I'm just wondering, like, why you think it was suffering avoidance. Usually in a situation like that, if you are someone that generally makes the flourishment of your well-being primary, which I think you probably are, Min, maybe not, but I would be curious as to why you thought that was attempts to avoid potential suffering around the corner. Maybe you're saying that your primary goal there was to avoid suffering a higher bill to pay. But
yeah, that's the thing. I didn't know until after I asked him those questions. I realized why I asked him this thing instead of asking him, the good one about his experience with Lexus. So therefore, I realized I was similar to Nivik at that moment, and I thought Perry would not be happy if he knew.
I mean, I would say, like, this is where Niv, I still think Niv makes suffering avoidance, negative utilitarianism, or negative utility lensing primary, the same way that Jordan Peterson makes it primary. And I know, Min, that you are a fan of Jordan Peterson. So it surprises me that
I believe you're
you
wrong.
would link this to Niv and not to Jordan Peterson. But
it's not my, I'm not taking accountability for that. The onus of what I say doesn't lie on me. I try to seek balance. I try to bring order. And if a person makes a naive, optimistic statement, I'll bring up a counterfactual of a naive pessimism. And what I'm trying to do is mirror that person. So when they say you're this way, that's kind of what I'm saying to them is you're that way.
Well,
I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
but
what I say
no
if
one's
it
ever a
wasn't
naive
for
optimist when you
I
bring up
wouldn't
the
I
suffering
wouldn't say what I
avoidance
say if
is
it
the
wasn't
only issue.
I wouldn't make the statement that I did if it wasn't about I wouldn't make the reply that I did if it wasn't from for the statement that was made.
Niv, I'm just giving you I know, and I've heard you describe that this is the way you think and operate, you know, a trillion times over the past 6 years. I'm just giving you my general assessment of what I've learned about you. And it's not to say, remember, this is the most important part, because I feel like you sometimes take it this way. When I say you make negative utilitarianistic lensing primary, I'm not saying that you are a negative person. That's just not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I think you make primary, you find it more important to, for example, when you talk about the dialectic, you're like, yeah, I mean, I need to understand where a person is coming from. I need to know they're not just a liar, or they're not trying to fuck with me, or else I'm just gonna be wasting my time with them. That's suffering avoidance calculus. That what that notion is being born out of, as opposed to just saying, yeah, when I get into a room with someone, I just want to make every attempt I can to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. If that was primarily what you said about the dialectic, then someone like me would not say that you are making negative utility primary.
That's the misunderstanding. I'm trying to get understanding.
I know you are.
And
It's not
about framing, and the intent is to solve. It's not to characterize.
Okay, but I don't want to make this episode about this same conversation we've had a trillion times. I do want to keep it to the hot take thing. We don't have a ton of time. Welcome back, Zoe. We are doing a hot take episode here. Do you have any?
Do I have
any
take?
hot takes? Yeah.
That's a dangerous question to ask me. I have very, very, very many hot takes.
What is your hottest take for like that shocks most people, let's say?
I mean, it depends who I'm talking to. I mean,
Okay.
I think if you don't like modern art, you just don't know enough about modern art. Like conceptual art, you just haven't learned enough about conceptual art. Like that's one. I mean, I think about them all. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all would disagree with that.
What would be your hottest, let's say, political take?
I actually don't think I have very many hot political takes. I think my political takes are pretty generally rooted in the same thing, which is just like anti-corruption. Yeah. Right. But in terms of like romantic relationships, in terms of social skills, like, oh, this will probably be triggering. I think e-dating is crazy. I feel like if you've never met someone, you can't be in a relationship with them. That's insane to me. But
e-dating,
that'll probably upset a lot of people.
I'm perhaps too boomer to understand what e-date means. Does that just mean like online dating?
You online date long distance and you're in a relationship, but you've never actually met each other. And in some circumstances, you've never even like video chatted with each other. Like that is insanity to me. But in some circles, that's crazy to say. So
yeah. what does everyone think about e-dating? Does anyone e-date here? Does anyone see any value in e-dating? Do you think that there are people you could think about who would I mean, I have maybe a criticism towards that, or I would say that there are probably people who can only e-date for whatever reason, and that would be their only way of building a meaningful relationship with another. And I wouldn't want to downplay that. I would, of course, want to encourage people to like take further steps if they're comfortable with that. But like, I see a lot of good by way of one's physical, mental, and social health that can come from e-dating. But I also think that, you know, promoting things like physical touch, promoting, you know, touching grass, being there in person with someone. And no, I was not meaning touching grass metaphorically, you sickos out there who are listening. But yeah, any other opinions, Perry? I'm dying to hear. Perry's a chronic e-dater, by the way. No, I don't.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't think he is.
I'm not. I have actually made explicit to like my dislike of e-dating. Of course, I've done it before. I've done the Tinder. If what you're saying is having a long-term relationship, which you deem as serious, without other kind of like two-factor verification things, like at least a video chat or sending, you know, some pictures of yourself, and you know, stuff like that. I would say most of the time there are healthier alternatives to getting into a relationship or friendship, but that's not always the case. There's a lot of socially awkward people out there. I think the social health aspect of humanity is the most compromised. I see a lot of people who are like, you know, heads down at their phone when they're walking, and that's like a big thing that I see, which leads to negative health. So I don't know. I'm mixed on it. I don't. I think you would probably agree, knowing you, that there could be cases where it is healthy and acceptable and not crazy, as you called it. But just kind of the general, maybe majority of the time when it's as you described, like having a long-term serious relationship, long distance, never seen each other. Yeah, that, you know, there could be some delusions that go on there which would negatively affect someone.
Yeah. Okay, so I know what you mean, and I think especially people that don't have experience dating, I think maybe it could be a good icebreaker for them, or like dipping their toe into the pool, if you will. I just think it's people underestimate. Let's say they think that chatting online and engaging online transfers over to social skills, like in real life social skills, and that's not really the case. But I think like for teenagers, like I can see it more as like, oh, they're nervous, they're shy, they're insecure, they're awkward. I just like have this belief that like so much of, especially like physical connection, physical attraction has so much more to do with like the way someone carries themselves, the way someone interacts with the world around them, and less of just like the way they look in a picture even, or yeah, just body language and tone of voice is like so much. And especially it's like the same kind of thing that like a lot of people will say, oh, you can't really like know someone well until you like live with them for a long time, because like some people don't like expose who they really are after, you know, they're in a comfortable setting for a while. So I think it's just like that, but to more, not that I necessarily think that, but it's just that to like a more extreme level where all you're doing is like chatting online and maybe you'll do some voice calls. I just like, especially if you're an adult and you're like in a 3-year relationship, like I would be like, is that a relationship though? Like that's how I would feel.
Right.
Yeah, I can relate with that. It can lead to bad social behaviors when you kind of make that sort of thing primary. So I think I agree with all of that for the most part.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Like it's not something I would ever be happy with or desire, I think, unless I was in a situation where, you know, I was single and I was you know, completely disabled or something and I couldn't, you know, function. So there's examples, but yeah, I mean, all of that other stuff is just far too important for me. And I think people should, you know, despite you know, hesitations they might have about putting themselves out there in the world, but if it is truly what you want, to find a physical partner, you know, you can come into a community like this and find so many people that will well, you might find a partner in a community like this, but maybe more realistically, you will find some people who can help you set up, you know, dating profiles and things like this that can help that get that first contact rolling, help you find social groups in your neck of the woods that you could go out and hang out, whether they be chess groups, sports groups, whatever. I wanted to say something, and this is a cool topic. We actually for a long time we haven't talked about relationships and sex and intimacy. It's been a long time. I should probably dedicate an episode to that soon, and we can get down to the nitty gritty of all that, because there is a lot to talk about with regards to, you know, healthy relationships and also unhealthy relationships. And there's a lot of well-being detriment and well-being positivity that comes from relationships. So it's most people have some kinds of intimate relationships or will have throughout their life. So it's important to go to share that information, share experiences, and talk about it. I wanted to say our dear friend Adam, who was just in the room here checking in with us, he's been a longtime Discord member and just someone with a perfect record, heart of gold. He just had a stroke a couple weeks ago. I think it's been a couple weeks now. This is Adam's PayPal. I had to do a lot to dig it out of him and I don't know exactly how it got passed to me. Someone might have helped him. We did talk to Adam. I think it was either last night or the night before. Yeah, it was last night. And, you know, he's struggling, but working hard to get back into the swing of things. He seems to have a long healing battle ahead of him. So if anyone has a couple extra bucks to throw towards Adam's PayPal, that's his PayPal email right there. I just provide it there. I'll also provide it on YouTube. There's always some kind of financial sinking, especially in the United States of America, that happens when people go through medical catastrophes like this. So I just wanted to make sure we did that tonight. If anyone has a couple extra bucks to spare, send it Adam's way. Min, what do you think about the relationships, or the relationships where you only interact with people over maybe VC, no video? Do you see value in it, Min? I know I take you as somewhat of a traditional man, but
well, I'm a man. I'm homosexual, so it would not work for me. I need physical
interesting
touch, as you say.
So why wouldn't so why you? But can't homosexual men do this just like any other men? You're just saying it's something you wouldn't want, I guess, maybe.
I think if they're desperate enough, like to, you know, for companionship, they will go through it.
Well,
but
so
they,
but what's
you know,
what's your normative like prescription on it?
Yeah. Should people be doing this, or do you think people should be focusing that kind of energy towards, something IRL?
No, they should, go out and socialize in person. They should not do e-dating. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
It's not good for you.
Are
I
you a
think
fan
so.
of the dating apps as like a way to, like, I met my wife through a dating app. I think dating apps are a fantastic way to meet more people. And are you a fan of that, Min? So long as there is, you find someone that wants similar things to you and that they want to eventually meet up and etc.
I have tried dating apps before, and it didn't work out too well for me. Because I'm very fast to suggest meeting in person, and they seem to want to delay it,
Oh,
for
okay.
weeks or even months, and
Right.
I was so interested.
So what about Travis and his experience with it, meeting his wife, of which he has now 2 kids with?
Well, I would say heterosexual dynamic is a bit different from gay one, so I think that's not. It's more like apple and orange.
Do you think that is your claim then that there are no homosexual relationships that are born out of a dating website, which lead to like happy relationships IRL?
Well, most of the time I heard those story, but it tend to started with hookup first before it even get to dating.
So my question, do you think that there's any like good and healthy relationships that are born out of homosexual relationships that are born out of the dating website? Or do you feel like this anecdote kind of brushes across the board?
Well, I've seen anecdotes on both ends, but the hookups seem to be more dominant than the
Okay.
happy
Do
ending
you
one.
think that it is possible for there to be homosexual relationships that bear healthy fruit that are born out of dating websites? Is that a possibility?
Oh yes, I seen
Okay.
it
All right.
before. Yeah.
You were just answering like everything but the question, so I had to. And so what about the like disabled people, homosexual or heterosexual or transsexual, that can't meet in person for whatever limitations that there are, but they receive, the little bit of social health that they get from those things? Would you say that that's a good thing, even though they never met with each other?
So do they at least have some kind of interaction, like seeing each other, or just without like in person, but
Let's say
online they can
not.
interact with each
Let's
other?
say not. Never send a picture, never video chat. This guy's like a parallelogram or paraplegic who, can't do anything but the texting with his mouth that he does on this e-dating website. Do you think that he shouldn't engage in that?
Well, I don't know. I suppose any amount of social interaction is better than none. So perhaps it's
Yeah.
not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, good.
Fantastic. Any other opinions on the e-dating world? Who wants to share their horror stories with regards to the e-dating world? Who wants to share their victories, their triumphs, their notches on the bedpost? Yeah, go ahead, Casey.
Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say, like, I've done the dating websites, stuff like that, and it's been a while since I met someone in a traditional way.
Right. You mean at like the
and
bar?
Dating's yeah. And I don't know, dating is just tough.
What's tough about
It's either work, school, the bar, or like the gym. Those are kind of the quote unquote traditional means of meeting someone new. Like, yeah, there's the movie scenes where someone drops an orange at the grocery store and they both bend down to pick it up, and they really hit it off.
I mean,
but,
you provided the orange example. I think it's much more common in the cucumber section.
Oh, for sure. I strictly stay by the cucumber section just for that possibility.
I do think it's different for some of those cases, because I think for a lot of people the goal is to eventually meet, and to experience that, get to know them in person. Yeah, I think that adds a lot. But it can depend. Yeah, there's definitely the people out there that they find enrichment without ever having seen someone. And I don't know, Snow said something over in the side chat that maybe there's some projection going on. I think that can happen. That can happen with in-person relationships too, for sure.
Some projection.
Oh yeah, Melting Snow said, I think e-dating has a lot of projections rather than spending actual time with them. Oh, I see.
Yeah, were you
sure
like
that could be the
idealizing
case.
the person? Maybe is that kind of what you meant?
Well, I don't know if this has to do with what's being said, but I know like some close friends of mine who we have like very lighthearted banter and relationships with, but we used to share our dating profiles with each other, just for fun, just to make fun of each other. And I think it was really funny. This one friend of mine who's like hyper anal and analytical and like very much like, yeah man, like I'm this kind of guy and this is what I want to get, and that. And he laid out his his dating profile and he sent it to our group chat. He's like, what do you guys think? And what was listed was like, I think all of the things that he wanted to strive to be, but he was describing it as what he was. So there was stuff like, I'm a neat and tidy guy. This is a guy that like has like the messiest kitchen, for example, you would ever see, like ever, like always a stack full of dishes and stuff. And I was like, dude, this part, it's like right at the top. So I'm like, I outline that part and circle it and send it back to him. I really am having a problem with this first part. I haven't got to the rest of it. So I sent that back to him. And then I mentioned some, something. And then it was true that I thought like through that profile, not much was really a good true depiction of the kind of person he was. Like it was like this idealized version of himself. So like if someone was to see that, they're probably going to say, okay, yeah, I'm sure there's some truth to that. And they might be attracted to like the clean, neat and tidy person, and then they come to realize that they're not that, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to work out, right? So that kind of showed me that people who are like obsessing over feeling like they need to have everything about themselves perfectly or accurately in their profile, it needs to be this, it needs to be that, they're obsessing over it. Oh, I wonder if I'm using that word too much in my profile, or I wonder if I have too many words and things like that. I just think people need to like get rid of the heavy-hearted cloud over their head when it comes to this stuff and just embody lightheartedness. Don't take it too seriously. Just have fun. If you're stressing over it and like looking at and like swiping and panicking about it, like there's something there's something that's not healthy about the way you're going about it. So it's like, take it all lightheartedly, I would say.
I also think what Melting Snow might have meant is that the person can project an idealized partner onto the person they're e-dating.
Okay.
Yes. Although I did want to ask Hizzle what their experiences were, because you mentioned in the side chat you might have some fun ones. I'm curious what your experiences were.
Bring it on.
Oh, hey, yeah. So I had some I'm 46, and I've had some long-term relationships when I was younger, in my 20s and early 30s. And then I moved out of state and, used the sites just to meet new people. And, the area that I'm in is a mixed bag, but yeah, so once I got my radar for dating a little bit better, more tuned, I was able to filter out more of the non-compatible individuals. But yeah, there's people that, you go, I mean, I'm in my 40s and I'm asking, it's like, where do you guys want to go? Or where do you want to go? We're going to meet up somewhere. And they're like, so do you smoke crack? Like, no, that kind of weird stuff. But anything else, I'm a pretty easy to please and easy to entertain person. So I'm really good with other people's interests and doing what other people want to do, even just to try it out. So it often gets to those kind of points. But we talk. I have like a 2-week. After about 2 weeks, you get to know whether you want to go meet the person or not, and vice versa. And yeah, it's worked out pretty well. I've never been married. I don't have any kids.
And just to recap, you said 2 weeks, not 2 hours, right?
Right. 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 2 weeks.
I was just checking in on that.
Yeah. Hopefully I didn't say 2 hours.
Yeah, I would have the caveat that I'm a big fan of online dating. I think online dating is great. What I mean is specifically like the catfish type situations where someone like talks for 2 to 3 years. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Where they're just chatting online and like that's the extent of the relationship.
Okay. Yep.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of online dating. So I've heard it's gotten like relatively crappy lately. When online dating first came out, because I met my husband online dating as well, I thought it was like a great tool because like I recognize that I'm kind of like a fucking weirdo. Like I get that. So it's like the likelihood of me meeting someone that I like or I find compatible or find interesting at like a bar is like slim to none. Like let's be real. Whereas I felt like, especially on OkCupid, if anyone remembers that website, you could you could go so thoroughly between like, okay, here's what I want, here's what I like. And I don't know, I felt like you just got a good feel for people. So like everyone I would meet, even if we weren't like romantically compatible, they were still like really interesting people. And oftentimes I actually like ended up knowing them through my social circles anyway, just because like being part of the music scene. So it was like, I felt like it was a pretty good way to meet people that I wouldn't meet otherwise, maybe.
May I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Travis, I don't know if you have any sisters, but what really freaked me out about the, online dating, especially, I know, the, what's it called? The low tier dating app is usually Tinder and stuff like that. But, I'll be grateful if I just get like 2 likes, 3 likes, even if maybe 5, and then I find out 2 of them are from, women over their 50 or 50s, you know what I mean? But, so I don't know if I count those, but I remember my sister. She's a personal trainer, so like maybe Zoe deals with this. I don't know. She goes to the gym a lot, but she asked me to like see my Tinder, and I'm like, well, let me see yours, and then I see my sister's Tinder. And I realized that it's like her likes are maxed out. She can't get any more. Like it's like maxed out on the app. And I don't know if you've ever seen that. And I was freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, I'm over here worrying about like 3 or 4 likes. And over here, you can't even accept anymore. And like, I'm like, oh my God. Maybe I sound like, maybe I'm naive and everyone already knows this.
No, I think there is there is an interesting phenomenon. I think there is some pretty good studies that have been done that we can look at the data, but there are so many males, even within my circle of males that I know who use dating apps that have a really hard time getting any matches or likes, and that is completely, in my experience in the conversations I had, opposite for women and females. that like, you know, I think the reality is, and this might seem a little crass, but if a female wants to go out and have sex or have a relationship, they all have access to do that. In what I'm saying is like you might come up with some really strange edge cases, but I think any woman or female can go out and find a man without not necessarily the perfect man for them, but if they went to the grocery store, and I really am saying, you know, almost all females, and they spend some time in that grocery store talking to males, they're going to have a really, really high success rate in finding some males that are interested to take them out for a date or take them out for a drink. And I think those realities are nearly opposite for males. Like I think there's there are some males out there who have a lot of privileges in this regard. Like they're coming from a very privileged perspective. They might be very attractive. They speak well. They're very charismatic, funny, and rare males like that can be successful even in the grocery store setting, but more so online and through other means. But I do think, like, I know I have some friends of mine who are like, you know, when it comes to their physical appearance, just like chiseled jaw, really handsome, consider, you know, they have a dating history of dating, like, you know, very, very aesthetically beautiful women, really successful relationships, very charismatic, and they are having a hard time with their profiles. You know, they're listing their jobs as well. Like, obviously they make good money based on like the job listed on their profile. Like they kind of have everything one could want to like attract a female partner, and they are having a hard time getting likes and attracting people for dates. It's not that it's impossible for them, but it's not like there's this constant flow of women, females that are interested in talking to them or dating them. So I think that it's that like the kind of advice that would be handed to females generally, I think is different advice that would be handed to males generally. And obviously it does matter if we're talking about, you know, homosexual males or straight males or what have you. Those, I agree, like Min was pointing out, are completely different spaces. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So there's that kind of old joke about a woman walks into a bar and says, "Who wants to have sex tonight?" And like everybody raises their hand. A guy walks in, nobody does. But I mean, just general advice to me, maybe a hot take is there's somewhat of a numbers game to it, that like you got to start by putting yourself out there.
You do.
You don't meet people if you don't, you know.
Exactly. Yep.
The ego talks them out of it. All you got to do is just get turned down, and then the next one will finally, okay. You don't have to like if you can conquer your ego and rejection, and it's not a big deal. And then she's actually doing you a favor. She's not interested. So thank you for that. Move on. Don't fucking want to kill yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also
yeah. Go ahead, Zoe. Yeah.
Apologies. I was just gonna say, I think it has changed a bit in the last 10 years, where I think like 10 years ago, the people that were online dating were people that really wanted to meet someone. Whereas now I think it's just become like a fixture in our lives that everyone who's single is expected to be on the dating apps. Like their friends will be like, oh, set up your profile, blah, 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 even if they're not necessarily looking for a relationship. So I think like that's why you end up with a lot of women that either like don't reply or aren't interested in meeting. I also have male friends that struggle with this a lot. And I also think a big part of it too is that, especially with Tinder, you have like just like a few lines to describe yourself. And I think like, because you know that women are getting so many of the same questions probably asked, I would say just lead with absurdity, just like lead with a joke. Like I was telling my friend this yesterday when I was chatting with him because we were literally talking about this exact problem. And he's like, yeah, I mean, a girl likes hiking. Like she's probably gonna get 100 messages. Oh, where do you like to hike? And I was like, you know what you should send her? Say, hey, when you ever get to the top of the hike, do you ever think about just flinging yourself off the side of a mountain? Like more likely she's probably going to respond to that, just like be like, because it's such there's so many messages she's getting. I think standing out maybe in like an absurd lighthearted way is probably like a good bet.
Yeah, I think so too. I couldn't agree more.
I could totally see someone like Aaron taking that advice and it just like not working at all and be like, God damn it, I'm telling you, all these women, they don't like any jokes.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why like lightheartedness is not about like joke telling, and that's like people get down to this thing like, how do I simplify this process so it's like, like I have this script I can try, and then if it doesn't work, I move on to the next. But it's not about that. It literally is about just bringing your genuine, truthful self, but allow yourself to project your true self through a lighthearted lens or ray to the people you're meeting. It's not about trying to like game the system. You're not going to game the human condition, the intersubjective space. You're not going to do it. As much as Andrew Tate or some of these turds will tell you that you can like game this, it's like, the thing you need to know about women is they are simple. Show them your bank account and then they're in, or like that kind of stuff is just like such bad advice. Also, by the way, like, I'm no Andrew Tate fan, but he's a big ripped dude who's an athlete, right? Just statistically, Andrew Tate is going to have way less trouble, attracting women, and he is wealthy as well, and that matters to some women. It doesn't matter to all women, but like, this, what I see a lot of is like, what's the guy's name who played Superman? He's like one of the most handsome men ever, but he's there's this meme going around that like, it's like, Calvier, I forget his name, but everyone knows like
Henry Cavill,
right? Okay. Henry Cavill. There's this meme that goes around where it's like, I don't understand why men say it's hard dating. Just go out there and talk to women. If you look and sound like and have the charisma of him, yeah, you can basically have your pick of the litter as for at least like getting that first date, right? Maybe some women they're not going to be their taste, but like he's not going to have a hard time convincing most women who are single and interested in finding a date if he walked up to them and was like, hey, I mean, I just wanted to ask you on a date if you'd be interested in going on a date with me. I think most women who are looking for someone and got that, some people might think they're on like a game show or something, or it's some kind of trick, but I mean, whatever. But yeah, it's like for people who find this, haven't found difficulty in this, it's not enough to just stand there and say, oh, just put yourself out there, man. Just go do it. Have some confidence. It's like, that's easier said than done. People need more help than that.
Travis,
Yeah.
if I may,
Yeah.
maybe you're too busy running your own channel, and I respect that because I really like your channel. I actually originally chimed in because I wanted to give a hot take, but I mean, since you're on this subject, I'm pretty sure you hear the science that they try to do in these other dating websites, like whatever, Fresh and Fit. I don't mean to trigger anyone by mentioning those names. You already mentioned Andrew Tate, but like they try to say so like when I figured out that thing with my sister, like where her thing was maxed out, she couldn't accept more likes. That freaked me out. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know it was like that with, I'm like, well, I didn't know why you didn't show me this before, Megan, with my sister's name.
Why did that freak you out? Can you expand on that? Like, why was that
like
concerning?
I'm over here struggling for like 2-3 likes, and her thing is maxed out at the thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing, or like you were just kind of
I started
jealous
learning
of that?
about. No, I'm not jealous at all,
Oh,
but
okay.
it made me realize the different psychology between men and women and how the dynamic works and how they deal with it on some of these, podcasts. And you may disagree with them or they may trigger you, whatever, but, they do talk about like, I don't know if you ever heard the triple sixes, which is like, you got to be at least 6 foot in height, at least 6 inches down there below the belt and make six figures.
I wouldn't believe any of that crap.
Okay, fair enough.
I know guys that meet none of those requirements that have been in healthier, longer relationships than I've ever been in.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is where, and this is where I would say, like, when we start learning like general psychological realities of males and females, to apply that to your own individual circumstance and try to game theory this by way of that statistical modeling is the biggest mistake one could be making out there.
Okay.
Like it's like the general realities of like how the general female might act on a particular platform or in a dating atmosphere should not be applied to the individual circumstances.
You know what I think it is about that? I think it's more about status. In that regards, because of how that's looked at, it's because if a guy had a certain look, it was hideous, but it was in. The woman would get with that guy because he's a status symbol in that regards, and. I think if wearing a dead cat on your head was popular, and that's something that's in. A woman would hook up with you because of that. People read more into things that are. They don't read it. They read more into things than they should. They think that it's because there's something there that's of a liking. It's because that this is what's looked at as something to be upheld and in society. So that because of that, she will probably hook up with you.
Yeah, let's hear Zoe.
Oh, I was going to say there is something to that, but status can mean so many different things to so many different people. Like what you were saying, Dipsomaniac, is like, oh, the sixes. It's like I've dated so many guys like that, and I broke up with them because I found them really boring. Because like for me, what I would consider status is like, what are they like cool? Do I find them cool? Like, do they have a good taste in music? Do they like have the same politics as I do? Like those are like my non-negotiable deal breakers. And why I said Nivik does have a point is because like, oh, if someone like, I don't know, wears a t-shirt of a band I like, then I'm like, okay, well, that band is like a super progressive band. They're kind of niche. They stand for something. So like, I know that this person's personality is probably more akin to like being something I would get along with because we have things in common. So like, if you want to boil that down to status, you could, but that's also just because I'm looking for commonalities with my partner.
But
you know what I mean?
Wouldn't you agree that that's kind of like your personal preference? And what these podcasts are talking about are like women on average and how they're kind of built and the structure of the culture and how the mindset they're kind of instilled with. Like it's some people say it's most concentrated in Florida, like Miami and places like that, where like, there's some men with money and they have status, they have the money. And this one guy, he had no shame to admit that he's like, man, I pay for pussy. You know what I mean? And that's what I do. Like, and these women give it up for that. And if I didn't have the money, I wouldn't get any. And a lot of these men are embarrassed because they don't have the means to do what I'm doing. And
you can have a status for yourself. Like if a guy just wants to be with a Japanese girl, any Japanese girl will kind of do. And some Japanese girls are wary of that. They'll think like, is this foreigner there just because with me because I'm just a Japanese girl, or is it because of me? A lot of times, there are niches that people have. You just have to go and search and find that niche.
Filipinos are ladyboys here.
Can I give my take? So I think the key is to be as obnoxious as possible. Okay, you walk into a room, and you start farting all over the place. She's gonna think, well, who does this guy think he is that he can get away with it? And the next thought she says, oh, maybe he does in fact have this really big income that he thinks he can do this. Oh, maybe he is really, that big down there. And if you're not 6 foot, she's gonna be turned away anyway because of all those things, so she won't even see it. So this is the way to go, fellas.
I want to make one more point real quick, if I may, Travis. And that's another name that triggers a lot of people is clavicular. And, he talks about looks maxing and so forth. But, he does have a point there when it comes to symmetry and geometry of the face and beauty and stuff like that. And, they do apply those things. And there's real statistics that show that on a lot of these dating apps, they'll say that men will swipe right 80% of the time on average, whereas women are the complete opposite.
Yeah.
They'll swipe left 80% of the time.
Yeah, there are
very rarely do they choose, the top tier look maxed out male that,
problem with
how much of the population is using dating apps for one, for another, what are we basing all of this, because I'm getting to a point, can we look at some research on just in general?
I think it's what Dipsomaniac is saying there are some truths about some of the research that's been done on some of these apps, but again, and we can look at the research that's been done, but what I find is that these general statistics, these generalized studies about the human condition relating to how females and males generally interact, people start looking at this stuff, and I'm just saying it again like a broken record because I just hear this tendency often that somehow it's wise to take this statistical reality, this wide base, big picture statistical reality, and apply it to the next person you're going to meet. I think it's stupid, unwise. What you should be doing is realizing that every human being you meet is oceans deep unique to the next human being you're going to meet. And if you start with the people you're meeting at that kind of clean slate, and again, don't take it too seriously, so you bring this heavy-hearted black cloud over yourself. Bring a light-hearted self to this, and also you want to, if you're someone that's looking for something that's not so serious, just a hookup scenario, be upfront about that. Be truthful. That's part of being a good faith individual, being honest and sincere with your intentions. And if you're not sure what you're looking for, that's fine. Just be honest and sincere about that as well. But again, a lot of this stuff is easier said than done. I have great sympathy for how difficult it can be for people to, try to enact these things where rejection is, of course, on the table, and rejection hurts, right? It's just, no matter who you are, rejection can hurt. So, if anyone wants to pull up statistics and read them into the record, they can. We are getting close to the end of the episode.
I just wanted to get one thing in real quick there.
Go ahead, Bergs.
Yeah, no. So when it comes to these guys and like the fresh and fit and the Andrew Tates and people like that, they've created a solidified hierarchy of status and what's the most important thing, not only to them but to the what they consider the average person. And that hierarchy of status is what they measure success by, and that's what they're going to report on when they go through and check people. So there could be a woman who's interested in the most intelligent guy in the room, and because intelligence doesn't translate to wealth, it doesn't mean that that guy is the most wealthy guy in the room. If she could go, wow, this guy's got six figures, this guy over here, he knows how to play chess blindfolded against six masters at the same time, and that's a bigger turn on. So the status hierarchy is the most important thing here. Everybody's going to have a different version of that in their heads, and they're going to go, well, the most important things to have in a hierarchy of these statuses or these things that I want in a partner are going to be like this, or the things that I'm looking for are like this. And that's not going to, like Travis was just saying, translate onto the next person that you're going to meet when it comes to the averages.
They're basing it off themselves too, the status, right? Like I'm just gonna like call myself the
That's yeah, it's
status and
those
place
guys
myself
are.
at the
That's
top of
exactly
the
what I said. Yeah.
hierarchy.
And Travis, to your point, to enhance the very last thing you said, I think, I just realized this right now, because like that was real, like you said, you were asking me, well, what are you jealous of your sister or something? I'm like, no, man, I was never aware of the differences in how this operated and stuff like that. And I think, I think what you're trying to say there is that there's a difference between like the Zoe mentioned, like a lot of the preferences she had, which were very genuine and towards one's soul, and like that's what turns her on. You know what I mean? She's not looking for these average. Yeah, I think it's a distinction between the individual and being genuine with oneself. And I loved what you said too, Travis. You said if you really want to get intimate with someone, it's just genuine conversation. That's the biggest aphrodisiac that you can offer. And I think the distinction there is between that connection on a complex individual level versus this very poser, fitting with the crowd, low vibration, just hearing what you heard on YouTube on Fresh and Fit and so forth, or what Andrew Tate said, etc. And just going with that, and not really thinking about it, and not really soul searching. And I know you're an atheist, and I know you don't maybe believe in this though, but it's just, think of it metaphorical, if you may, if I may.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I have a, I mean, I know what the soul is getting at from a religious perspective, and I can understand and make that work in my worldview as well. Casey, you said you had some things you wanted to mention that you found?
Yeah, I pulled up some resources as far as what women are looking for in relationships. And we could ask this in all kinds of ways. If we're going to talk about like hookups or whatever, that's going to give you different responses. But as far as like an actual relationship, first, kindness and trustworthiness are consistently the highest priorities. Second, emotional responsiveness matters enormously. Third, reliability and commitment are major priorities. Fourth, intelligence is consistently attractive. 5, physical attraction matters, but not in the stereotypical way. So it's not the dominant predictor of long-term relationship satisfaction. Attraction is often changes as people get to know each other, and perceived attractiveness becomes increasingly individualized over time. 6, resources and ambition matter, but less than older theories suggest. I think that would probably be due to women being able to gain independence themselves. 7 is respect, central theme. 8, similar values are more important than many personality traits. And this is all in the ChatGPT response that I linked above. It should show the prompts that I gave it as well.
Are we talking about hooking up or relationships? Which one?
Well, I think, didn't Casey say that this was about relationships? And
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean us.
Well, we've been talking about all kinds of
about-
things. We've been talking about all kinds of things relating to dating apps. But Niv, we are out of time. It is time to move this. I was going to say shit show, but it's actually been amazing. To the tavern. It is Tav time. Thanks for everyone for tuning in today, and also those who shared their thoughts. I think we'll have to do like a relationship episode soon and dedicate more time to this. I really like talking about that. I think I think there's great value in it. So yeah, thanks everyone. Make sure you're out there maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. If you want to join us here on Discord, we want to have you here. There's the link.
Looks maxing and well-being maxing.
Well-being maxing all day long here. Yeah, thanks everyone. I'll see you guys in the tab.